Recording in progress.
Okay. Good morning. My computer is telling me it's 10 a.m. and all 5 commissioners are present. So at this time, I call to order the special meeting of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for January 17th. This is it was a postponed meeting from last Tuesday due to weather conditions and taking into consideration both our safety and your safety as the public in getting to these meetings. I know that most of you wanted to attend in person, so we took the opportunity to delay the meeting to today. So I hope that hasn't inconvenienced anybody. But so anyways, we do have a full board and we're now in session. Call it to order. I did want to acknowledge the fact that we have Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames sitting in place of our Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie today, who had a previous commitment on today. So thank you very much for joining us, A.J. Hopefully we won't have to call upon your wisdom. We try not to, but be prepared should we need it. So at this time, I would ask for everyone to remove their hats, if appropriate, and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I will not be standing. I hope you understand. I broke my right leg, and so I'm in a cast and kind of a little bit incapacitated. Please don't take that as any disrespect for the flag. Okay, thank you. Patrick, you may lead us.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd also like to point out, I just noticed that this clock over here is indicating it's noon. It is 10 a.m. We'll go by that clock. So, okay. So the first item on the agenda, of course, is public comment. So public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights that are run by our vice chairman to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and again, at the closing of the meeting for closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Do I see any public comment here in chambers? Ms. Waller.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Recently, James Settlemeyer was assigned to or appointed to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That actually gives him a seat on the TRPA board, which will be a great compliment to our current commissioner, Wes Rice there. I'm happy that we have somebody local that's approachable, that we can hopefully influence some help here in Douglas County on projects there. I may not be in attendance today for the Planning Commission selection, so I will speak now. If I am still here, I will not repeat. No disrespect intended to the other applicants, but I think the 3 individuals, Maureen Casey, Jim Slade, and Mark Niedenrip, bring a much-needed diversity that complements the 7-person membership. From floodplain management, water conservation, and agriculture preservation, wildlife habitat, as well as strategic growth management, each have served and proven their invaluable backgrounds to serve. You as board decided continuity of the Board of County Commissioners and the vice chair is essential in these times. These three people equally apply to your continuity standard. Again, no disrespect, but these members come with a broad base, and I'm not sure we need any more construction community or a city planner standpoint. Next, I know it's priority setting time. I think it's appropriate to provide a status report update on the American Rescue Plan, provide an update on the Moeller Parkway design and funding. I request, as always, that community plan updates are essential, and I'm hoping that could happen before any master plan updates are requested or considered. The Tahoe Township 2013 area plan also needs updating. I'm hoping community development gets their staff up to date on all the things that are in the hopper there. Title 20 must be updated sooner than later, as evidenced by addressing the accessory dwelling units on January 19th. I think there's a little bit of a conundrum. I think it should be approved. I will not be at that meeting as well, especially for those people that lost homes that don't reside in a manufactured home overlay. Lastly, I'm urging the commissioners to allow the Vacation Home Rental Board to complete their efforts and bring this forward before the summer season begins. It's a diverse group. They have a lot of challenges. I would hope that the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners do not challenge what they have brought forward unless it's unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. As Ms. Waller pointed out, and so I would like to expand on that a little bit, we have allowed individuals to speak on administrative agenda items during opening public comment in respect for the working people of our county to be able to come and make public comment on administrative items without having to sit through an entire meeting and wait for that item to come forward. However, when they do so, they forfeit their opportunity then when that item comes for basically taking a second bite of the apple, so to speak. So anyways, if you do wish to speak on behalf of an individual that is up for selection and you're not going to be able to spend the entire day here to do that, you're welcome to do so at this time also, okay, as Ms. Waller did. So anyways, I appreciate that, and that's good. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing no public comment here in chambers, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have opening public comment at this time?
I do.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Thank you. Jason Gibson for the record. Good morning, Douglas County. Good morning, commissioners. Jason Gibson, sole proprietor, self-employed since 1991. Would like to reflect upon our last meeting, January 9th. We had the privilege of Ross Armstrong and the state of Nevada with our ethics and government law download. That was very helpful for those of us who don't practice good governance. You know, there's a lot of newbies on board, including myself. I've only been participating for 9-10 months, so there's a lot to catch up on. That would have been an ideal opportunity to invite others to learn more about how to communicate and engage with the board. It would have been a great opportunity for a question and answer kind of dialogue between the public and the board to clarify protocols and to smooth the communication between parties. Would have been a great opportunity for students in political science at Douglas County to fill that room to listen in and get a feel for how business is conducted in the county. We never had that opportunity. We never went to field trips to the Capitol or to the courts or to our local board meetings. So we didn't know anything about government. We didn't know anything about money. We didn't know anything about law. We didn't know anything about our local history, our geology, or Nevada as a whole. So Putting that out there to you. We also had the privilege of the open meeting law training with Mr. Ritchie. I know he's not in the house today, but I have to reiterate what we put in our email. Mr. Ritchie is one of the public servants who claims that he's not getting our email and he's not getting our U.S. first class postage mail. So the open meeting law is crucial, especially since there's discord with the board and public comments, especially with myself personally, especially in the opening and closing comments and during agenda item discussions. This one presentation that Doug gave is probably the only training he'll give in the year, most important training he'll give, and his PowerPoint wasn't working. The key points were agenda items, due process, norms and procedures, germane topics, tangents, group discussions, freedom of speech, reasonable restrictions, opening and closing comments, 3 minutes for broad comments without interruption. Okay, so that was a summary of what he shared with us. We should have had a question and answer dialogue with the board. These presentations are not just exclusively for the board to remind the board of what they already know, but more or less for the public to bring us up to speed. I want to notice a couple of key points with that presentation, and that is first and foremost, our state and
Mr.
federal
Gibson, you've exceeded
constitutions.
your 3 minutes, so I'm going to cut you off now. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. So we'll end public comment. Mr. Turkanian, Commissioner Turkanian has something he wishes.
I'm going to have my first town hall. It's going to be Wednesday, tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the Indian Hills GID at 3394 James Lee Park. If anybody wants to attend, if you know anybody wants to attend, please let them know. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turkanian. Anybody else? Okay, very good. Public comment is now ended. I would ask also and remind the public to please do us a favor and turn off your electronic devices so you don't interrupt anybody that might be speaking at the podium. We'd appreciate that. So at this time then, we will go into the approval of the proposed agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as posted.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the agenda as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We have no consent calendar today, so we won't have to bother with that, and we'll go into the administrative agenda. I have some comments before we get into that agenda, and the comments are very simple. We have talked as a board here collectively in regards to the method in which we're going to roll out this meeting today. We have 3 boards that have quite a large number of applicants. The Library Board, the Planning Commission, and the Airport Board. Therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to go through the agenda as it's presented currently and try to move through all of the onesies and twosies, so to speak, on the committees that we're going to appoint today. After we get done with that process, whatever time that may be, whether that's 11:30 or even 12:30, then we will take a 1-hour break as a board for lunch, after which time we will return, and that's when we will first of all tackle the appointments for the Library Board. Secondly, we will be moving the Planning Commission in front of the Airport Advisory Board because we have, I believe, 6 applicants for 3 positions on the Planning Commission, and then we've had one application that has been withdrawn from the Airport Board, but we still have 12 for 3 positions on that. So we will tackle that as the last item of the day. That's just to try to make the meeting flow a little bit easier. So for those of you who are on the have applied for the Library Board or the Planning Commission or the Airport Board, we won't be hearing those until after we take a 1 hour break for lunch, okay? So I hope everybody understands that format and it is is an acceptance of that. So that means that if you're on one of those three, you don't have to stick around for the next couple of hours until we get to that board, okay? So what's that, Mr. Tolbert? Well, it all depends on when we break, okay? So depending on how fast we move through these, we could break in another hour and a half. We could break at 12. So we'll see where we are, okay? I don't imagine, certainly, I don't imagine that we will get back in session prior to 12:30. Okay, why don't we try to plan on that? But once again, that's going to be flexible because if we don't break until 12, then it won't be until 1 o'clock. But okay, so we're just trying to respect your time in that process. Okay, so anyways, so at this time we'll go into the administrative agenda, and the first item is for possible action only, informational overview of the various board, committees, and commissions to which the Board of Commissioners makes appointments. And this is going to be led by County Manager Patrick Cates. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this agenda item is just to give you a very brief overview referencing the county's policies regarding boards and commissions and their appointments. There's a variety of boards and commissions that you'll be appointing to today. They all have various origins. Some of them are created by county code and are advisory to the board. Some are created by statute. The Regional Transportation Commission be one example of one that's by statute. And then there are various other boards that are outside the authority of this body, but this body has the authority to appoint some members to it. The board policies on this starts on page 6 of your packet. I would mention one thing that comes up frequently, and I can't remember if we have that issue with this applicant list, but is the policy states that people should only serve on one board or commission. That frequently comes up, so that's something for you to consider as well. Because we canceled this meeting last week and rescheduled it this meeting, my office did our best effort to reach out to everybody and let them know, but we didn't get confirmations from a fair number of people as to whether or not they were able to attend today. So we're just kind of have to play that by ear. And hopefully we have a good turnout for you to talk to these folks. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. The format, so the public understands and so the commissioners understand, is what we'll do is as we go through each of these boards, we'll indicate what the board is, and then each applicant will be given 3 minutes at the microphone to sell us, so to speak, on their resumes on why they should be serving on that board. And then we will have an opportunity while they're at the microphone, at the podium, for the commissioners to ask questions of the applicants as they wish, okay? Once that process is concluded, we will bring up the next applicant. So we'll go through all of the applicants with a 3-minute presentation and then questions by the board. After all of the applicants that wish to speak, and you're not required to speak, but if you wish to speak, once they are all done speaking, then, because it's an action item, we will then take it to the public for public comment, and members of the public may offer us recommendations for or against on the different applicants for consideration by the board. Then we'll go to, obviously, public comment online in the same regard. So that public comment will be limited at that time to the applicants. Okay, that needs to be understood. So we won't get into other matters. We'll just get into the qualities and accolades of the different applicants. After which time we will bring it back to the board, and we will try to build a consensus on on each individual that will serve on that board to fill that board. If we reach consensus, if we have, for instance, 3 members and we build a consensus through the board, then we could go ahead and have a motion to that effect. If we can't build a consensus on that, then we will, but we have a consensus on one, then we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve that one, and then go back to the others and try to figure out a consensus for that. Right, guys? Okay. So, and then once, of course, we fill all the positions that are available on that board, then we'll move on to the next board. I hope, and I'll say this, maybe we have applicants online, those here in chambers. I think that, I've been through every one of the resumes for every one of our boards, and I can honestly say that we can't make a bad choice today. All of the applicants are well qualified for the boards that they have, at least that's my opinion, well qualified for the boards that they have applied for. So our decision is not going to be easy. And I hope that you, as applicants for those boards, have taken an opportunity to look at the resumes of your other board members that have applied, because I think you'll notice that once again, they're all well qualified and could serve us in a very good capacity on the boards that they've asked for. We're very fortunate as a community that we have such a great interest in serving our public boards in the manner in which we have our applicants doing. Also, should you not get selected, I hope you certainly appreciate the difficult task that we have as commissioners of trying to come to a consensus and build a to understand where we're going on the different commissions. So I also want to indicate that most of us here on the board know almost all of the applicants. So that's also, that plays into that makes it more difficult also, because in the process, some of those people are probably not going to get selected, and hopefully they won't hold it against us once we leave these chambers. So anyways, that's what I wanted to preface all of our comments, all my comments with. So Commissioner Hales, I see your light's on, so do you have additional comments?
I do, thank you. Being new to this, as I thought about this task, I was hoping for some help in how to organize and analyze all of the applications, because as Mr. Chair Gardner said, they're all quality. So I was happy to find a framework that can help, and several places actually. I found in the board policies and procedures for boards, committees, and commissions, I found a lot of guidelines, and I want to share those with the public so that I will be transparent in how I assessed each of these applications. So
Please do. I think that's important to have into the record. So yes,
thank you.
That's good.
So I noted on page 1 of those policies, in the equal opportunity paragraph, it says that the appointments should be based solely on merit and fitness. In other words, not on who you know or who contributed to campaigns or whatever. Merit and fitness. Then I noted in the code of conduct, there's a paragraph that's really good. It is expected that appointees to all county boards, committees, and commissions conduct themselves in a manner befitting their position. Courtesy, honesty, and respect for others are important attributes for all public servants. Everyone who serves the county should treat others in a professional manner, being mindful of the fact that they are expected to represent and be accountable to the people they serve. And then on the criteria for appointment, which is page 5 of that policy, there are 6 guiding factors. The first and the 6th are similar. They talk about desire and ability to serve, including do you have enough time to serve. And I kind of am going to assume that all applicants meet those criteria because I saw a lot of passion for the work. But 2, 3, and 4 are helpful. Number 2, Does the applicant have the ability to express ideas, concepts, and philosophies? Number 3, experience in the community. Number 4, special knowledge important to a particular board, committee, or commission, yet with the ability to represent the interests of the community as a whole and not a special interest. And then number 5, ability to work collaboratively with other members, staff, and officials. Those were helpful to me, and we got, thank you to Mrs. Johnson, two of these little worksheets that allows us to take notes and see at a glance who all the applicants are. And for me, I made additional columns for each of those factors, 2 through 5, so that I could stay focused on those guiding factors. And then just a couple more things. There are some additional considerations for reappointments. Have the incumbents attended the meetings? Do they understand the function of the board? Have they contributed to the efforts of the board? And have they been effective on that board? And then the last thing I wanted to note that I found helpful comes from the strategic plan, which is obviously due for an update. But there are value statements. There's a leadership value statement. We establish the tone and direction for success, motivating and inspiring others to accomplish a shared vision. There's a communication piece. We ensure open dialogue through proactive listening and sharing of information throughout the organization and the community. And then finally, teamwork. We work together to achieve shared goals. I think all of this language from these 2 documents is excellent, and I found it really helpful as I went through. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. Okay, without further ado then, I guess we can get into item number 1. This is, once again, all of these are for possible action, so all of them we will allow public comment. When you do get into your public comment, should it be against or not for the appointment, I'll say, of a particular individual, I would hope you keep it civil and not get personal with it, okay? Anyways, we should have a certain amount of decorum in that regard, right? So anyways, for possible action, discussion on one appointment to the Regional Transportation Commission by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2024. The applicant is required to reside in the town of Gardnerville in accordance with NRS Chapter 277A. So as I understand it, NRS specifies that this applicant must come from the largest township within the county. Is that correct, Mr. Hames?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, very good. So I just wanted to confirm that. So as I understand it, we have one applicant. That individual is Kenneth Miller. He has currently served, I believe, the last 2 years as the member from the town of Gardnerville as a resident. We also have 2 commissioners that sit on that we have appointed through our process on January 9th, and I believe that's Commissioner Rice and Commissioner Tarkanian still, right? Or did Commissioner Noasad take over that role? Was that you took over that role? Okay, so it's Vice Chair Rice and Commissioner Noasad that are on that board, and then we appoint. It's only a 3-member board, and we appoint 1 member from the town of Gardnerville to that. So the only applicant is the incumbent or the current previous member, Kenneth Miller from the town of Gardnerville. Mr. Miller, I don't see him here in chambers. Is Mr. Miller online? So he's not going to entertain. Okay, so obviously we can't ask questions of an individual that's not present. So we'll go immediately to public comment. Is there any public comment on the application for Kenneth Miller to continue to serve on the Regional Transportation Commission? Ms. Waller.
Thank you. In the absence of the applicant, I'm directing a question to Commissioner Tarkanian and Commissioner Rice, who are on this commission. Do you believe that this person, excuse me, now Noah said, but you were there, so your input is valuable. Did this person attend most of the meetings, and how much participation came in support of the overall Douglas County planning that goes with the Regional Transportation Committee? Thank you.
Okay, we will allow both the commissioners to respond after we get finished with public comment, okay? So is there any additional public comment here in chambers in regards to the appointment of Kenneth Miller to the Regional Transportation Commission? Ms. Johnson, is there any online comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain both Commissioner Tarkanian and Commissioner Rice to address that question.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Miller is not missed a meeting that, to my knowledge, and he has served as the chair, and in my estimation, has done a very good job. Thank you.
I agree with Commissioner Rice. I think he's done a great job. In fact, I love the way he runs the meetings, although we've only had a few short ones.
Very good. I believe also he served on the board of trustees of the town of Gardnerville also while he was doing this as well. So anyways, any further comments or questions by the board?
I just would say he served, I think he termed out, but he's served a long time and done a great job on the town of Gardnerville.
Okay, based on that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the reappointment of Kenneth Miller to the Regional Transportation Commission. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Miller be reappointed to the Regional Transportation Commission.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to retain and reappoint Kenneth Miller to the Regional Transportation Commission. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, we have the timer on. Go to a vote. All those in favor of Kenneth Miller being on the Regional Transportation Commission for the 2-year period of January 2023 to December 31st, 2024. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll next move to the next one. Thank you. The next one that we have on our agenda is the Law Library for possible action discussion on 2 appointments to the Douglas County Law Library Board for 2-year terms. One appointment should be a member of the Nevada State Bar admitted to practice before the 9th Judicial District Court, and one appointment should not be attorneys at law in adherence with NRS 380.020. We have 2 applicants there. We have Peter Handy, who is the attorney and has, I believe, been serving in that capacity. Am I correct about that? Okay. And also we have Cynthia, and I know I'm going to butcher this last name, so my apologies, but Muhidin, I think, is maybe close. Yeah, I don't either know, Ms. Johnson. So anyways, close enough, right? As it's spelled in the record, okay? Is that okay, Mr. Hames?
That's fine, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, as the non-attorney. Okay, so are either Mr. Handy or Muhidin available for, I know, are they here in chambers? I don't recognize them, so are they online, Ms. Johnson? They're not. So once again, we can't question somebody that's not here. So we will immediately go to public comment. Is there any public comment regarding either one of these appointments here in chambers? Sensing none, is Ms. Johnson, is there any online individuals who wish to speak on this regard, in this regard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any comments, questions by the board? Mr. Tarkanian, I know you serve on the Law Library Board. Can you give us maybe insight into these individuals?
I think they do a fine job, and I don't think you have an alternative.
Well, I would state that if we get to a point where we only have 2 applicants, that doesn't mean we have to approve and appoint those two applicants. We can appoint one and then send it back out to the public. We're not required to select the two applicants that have applied.
I think they do a good job, and I don't see any reason not to appoint them, and
Okay.
those are the only two options.
Okay, very good. Any other commissioners wish to weigh in on this? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to appoint Peter Handy as the attorney and Cynthia Mohegan as the non-attorney to the Law Library Board for the two-year term. I guess that's also starting on January of 2023, ending on December 31st, 2024. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson? If it's a two-year term, it must be that. Okay. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, do I have a motion? I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales. Oh, Commissioner Noah, my hearing aids aren't working correctly today, I guess. So motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve Peter Handy and Cynthia Mohegan as the two law library appointments for a two-year term. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay. For possible action then, for possible action discussion on two appointments to the Genoa Historic District Commission for a two-year term from January 23 through December 31st, 2024, in accordance with County Code 2.28. Once again, we have the previous term that expired was Rick Myers and Judith Brearley, and the two people that have applied are Carol D. Heiner, and Rick Myers for reappointment. Are either one of those individuals online or in attendance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Carol is online. Carol, would you like to provide a statement to the Board of County Commissioners regarding your application?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
My name is Carol Denise Huner. I go by my middle name, Denise, and I am applying for the board. I moved to Genoa about 5 years ago. When I lived in my other community, I was involved city level and state level in California. I have a broker's license in California. And this community, this board, I thought would be a good starting point of getting involved in my community because they don't have a lot of participation from locals.
Thank you, Ms. Huner. Is it Huner?
Huner.
Huner.
It's Huner.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, at this time, I don't know if you've been watching, but at this time, since you're in attendance, we do want to provide an opportunity for the commissioners to perhaps ask you questions. So I hope you're acceptable to that. Once we have them answer questions, ask questions and get answers, then we will take it to the public for public comment and then bring it back for a decision by the board. So, commissioners, is there any questions of Ms. Huner? Doesn't appear so. So, okay. So at this time then, we will go to public comment in regards to your appointment and Rick Myers' appointment. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Seeing none, is there any additional public comment online, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public, oh, hold on. Someone just raised their hand. Angelo, do you have public comment on item number 4?
Yes, thank you. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Jason, please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Thank you. Jason Gibson here for the record. I know we have a clear internet connection, but apparently there's some kind of tech glitch on the Douglas County side. We had our hand up in both public comments previous to this. So here we are. And first question we have, well, first of all, we're appointing 31 people today to 14 committees. And apparently there's about 80 people serving on 14 committees. We've noted that in the Handbook for Effective Boards and Committees 2021, there's an annual report to the Board of County Commissioners that's required to be provided. It says here, I quote, "In December, each committee is asked to prepare a brief written annual summary to the board detailing committee activity." The first question we have are, where are the reports? How can we choose people to, how can we assign people to these committees when we don't have any kind of background report or a yearly kind of assessment as to what's happening? Are these positions paid positions? And if not, perhaps they should be. The board should be, whatever committee we're talking about here, it should be half of the committee that's represented by public servants and the other half by volunteers. That committee should be 2/3 volunteers, and they should be paid. They should be compensated to be properly informed about their government so that we get the quality of input and representation we need, not from the government, but from the general public. The government has its own vested interests. They have a corporate culture. They keep things real tight amongst themselves, okay? And when you're on the clock and calendar on the salary as a public servant, you keep your mouth shut, you do what you're told, you keep your head down. That's the MO for the corporate public servant in Douglas County. And we know from based on experience. So the first question is, where are the annual reports by which to select these folks? And are these paid positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I would remind the public that the public comment section here on our selection of these boards should be specific to the qualities of the individual applicants. So in the future, as we go through today, more public comment will be limited to the acceptability of the individual applicant and not an overall question for us. So anyways, I indulge Mr. Gibson, but in the future, I will not be indulging individuals who wish to speak in general, but not speak to the qualities of the individual applying for the position. Is there any more online public comment, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board then. Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions of Ms. Hooner? No? No? Okay. Seeing none, then I will entertain a motion to for the reappointment of Rick Myers and the appointment of Carol Hooner for the Genoa Historic District Commission for a 2-year term from January 23 through December 31st of 2024. Do I have a motion? So moved. Who seconded that? Motion by Commissioner Noah Sads, seconded by Commissioner Hales. Okay. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Myers and Ms. Hooner. Okay, next item is for possible action discussion on 2 appointments to the, let me check that out, to the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2024, in adherence with County Code 2.56. I've skipped over allowing Mr. Cates to have any input here. His name is on this. Do you have any? Are you comfortable with the way we're going through this? Just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions. It's pretty self-evident from the item that you read into the record. And this one's straightforward. You got 2 vacancies and 2 applicants.
Okay. Oops, okay. So we have 2 vacancies and 3 applicants, right? On the Water Conveyance Advisory Board. That's where we are right now. Okay, so maybe maybe my agenda is out of order then. So you're indicating that this is the okay. I can skip along to that one. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I have the wrong agenda. Maybe Ms. Marcia can get me the correct copy of the agenda, so I know where I'm at here. I'm sorry, I'm using probably a draft. So I haven't gone out of order yet, right? Until this one. Okay, good. Okay, we'll start over, okay, if you don't mind. Item number 5 for possible action, discussion on 2 appointments to the Carson Water Subconservancy District by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term of office from January 2023 through December 31st, 2026. These are 4-year appointments. Both appointments must represent agricultural interest, okay? And so our 2 applicants for the Carson Water Subconservancy District are Casey, well, I call her Casey, Cassandra Uhart, and Fred Stodik. So are either of them, I know that Fred had indicated he had a conflict last week, but I don't know if either, and I don't see either one of them. I serve on this board, so I would recognize them, but they're not here. So Ms. Johnson, are either one of them available online, so can't ask questions of them? Okay. So at that time then, these are, so I'll give you some input on this, okay, because I serve with these folks. Fred Stodik is a longtime member of this committee and attends every meeting. As a matter of fact, those meetings that I haven't been able to attend, he has actually attended. So I know that he represents us well from an ag standpoint and has a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge regarding the aquifer and the Carson River. So Casey Uhart was a recent appointment last year, if you recall. We could not find anybody that came forward when we had this appointment available before through I believe we had a resignation by Jack Jacobs, of Jacobs Berry Farm, who moved out of the county. So we had to fill that vacancy. And Casey is a very young lady, only in respect to my age, I suppose. But has been a welcome addition to that board. I can attest to that. So she participates quite well, and she's not afraid to speak up and ask questions and offer input. And so I would encourage the reappointment of both of these individuals to this board. Any other input from the other commissioners? So, okay.
I would note that I agree with your comments, and I noted that Casey Uhart's application was exceptionally well-written, and she talks about how the work of that board can be supported by involvement of the community, and I think that's a good notion, and I applaud her for it. And she also talks about Carson Valley being a promised land, and she would like to be part of helping the community grow but still keep the feel of the beautiful small Carson Valley. So it just is really well written, and I appreciate that, and of course appreciate Mr. Stodik. So I would move. Are we ready for motion? I'm ready. I would move we approve both.
Mr.
Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to approve the reappointment of Fred Stodik and Cassandra Uhart to the, we have to go to public comment, don't we?
Mr. Chair, AJ Haynes from the Douglas County DA's office is just reminding the board to take public comment before a motion.
My oversight. Sorry about that. No, we're not ready for a motion, but we will get back to you, okay? So in light of that, is there anybody who wishes to offer public comment regarding either Fred Stoddard or Casey Uhart? I would indicate also to the board that Casey recently got married. Okay, so I don't know if she's going to hyphenate her name or whether she's going to have that name, but even when we had our meeting, we put her name placard in paper so that we knew that was going to change. We didn't commit it to hard copy. So anyways, is there any public comment here on behalf or against either one of these candidates? Sensing none, we'll go to online. Is there any public comment online, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item number 5?
Okay, once again, Mr. Gibson, I would remind you that we're looking for public comment for or against either of these candidates, please. Thank you.
Jason Gibson for the record, on behalf of the Citizens Coalition for Justice here in Douglas County. Notice to agency is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agency. It's a maximum law that legal form is essential form. Where form is not observed, a nullity of the act is inferred or follows. Where the law prescribes a form, the non-observance of it is fatal to the proceeding and the whole becomes a nullity. The board is not following.
Mr. Gibson, I'm going to ask you
handbook.
one more time. Do you have public comment regarding the qualities or attributes of either Frederick Stoddard or Casey Uhart in regards to the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District? If not, then we will terminate your time and go to additional public comment.
You cannot elect these people without the yearly reports, period.
Thank you.
That's what's in the Board of County Commissioners handbook.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, would you please terminate that conversation and go to the next public comment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commissioners, and now I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve the appointment of Cassie Uhart and Fred Stoddard.
Okay, so once again, we have a motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to approve the reappointment of Casey Uhart, Cassandra Uhart, and Frederick Stoddard to the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District for the term of office, a 4-year term of office from January 2023 through December 31st, 2026. Once again, both appointments must represent agricultural interests and do. So all those, if there's no additional public comments by the commissioners, we'll entertain a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, now, okay, now we get to the water conveyance. Okay, good. So I wasn't too far out of order here. Item number 6 for possible action, discussion on 2 appointments to the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2024 in adherence with County Code 2.56. Mr. Cates, did you have anything else to offer on that? Okay, then we'll go into that. We have 3 applicants for this. Frank Gedeke, I believe is how it's pronounced, Mr. David Hoosman, and Charles D. Robbins. Ms. Johnson, are any of the 3 available? None. Okay, so we can't question them. Okay, so anyways, so based on that, we'll at this time go to public comment. And is there anybody here in chambers who wishes to offer comment on any one of either Frank Gedeke, David Hoosman, or Charles D. Robbins? Is there any public comment regarding any one of the 3 of them? Sensing none here in chambers, we'll go to online. Ms. Johnson, is there anybody online who wishes to offer public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, I have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item number 6?
Jason Gibson on behalf of the People's Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. question we have is why are you electing people to these committees who don't even have the time to show up? If they're not showing up today, what makes you think they've been showing up for the last year? If we can't get the yearly reports from these people on these committees, what makes you think that you can move forward with electing these positions? These are 2 to 4 year positions. We are in a national, international, planetary state of emergency. We need real leadership, real representation, and professionalism. If you don't have the time to show up for these positions, why are you applying for them? Are these paid positions or not? Do we need to get these people paid? What do we have to do to get the efficiency in government that we need? It's not business as usual anymore, folks. The mega trends are out. We're in deep shit.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, you may cut him off, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, there's no further public comment online for item 6.
Very good. I'll bring it back to the board. All I can indicate, in regards to Frank Gedeke and David Hoosman, both of them are ranchers, farmers in this community, have been for some time, and have reapplied and are very active on this committee, to my knowledge. Do any of the other commissioners have anything that they wish to add in regards to these two, Frank or David? Charles Robbins is a new applicant to this. Frank Gedeke and David Hoosman are the incumbents, and asking for reappointment. So anyways, we have 3 people to consider there. Commissioners, what are your thoughts?
I was just going to go along with what you said. I don't know Charles or Mr. Robbins, but I know the other 2 have done a really good job. And anyways.
Ms. Hales?
Yeah, I think I appreciate all 3 applicants. Mr. Gertige and Mr. Hoosman, to me, display a little bit more special knowledge important to this board. And for that reason, I would support them.
Commissioner Nosad, any comments? Commissioner Rice? Okay. Based on that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve Mr. Gertige and Mr. Hoosman to the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to reappoint Frank Gedeke and David Hoosman to the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee for the 2-year term of January 23 through December 31st, 2024, in adherence with County Code 2.56. No, sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. The one thing I'd like to point out in this regard on this particular committee is that it's been suggested and requested that perhaps we look at a longer term of office for these individuals than 2 years. So I would ask that Mr. Cates, we have community development look at possibly adjusting that term of office, whether or not that might be appropriate, and bring it back to the board at a later date. So we're looking at County Code 2.56. We need to talk with that committee and see, what they're, but I did talk with both of those individuals, and they think that coming up every 2 years might be a little bit unnecessary. So I'll leave it at that, okay? You guys okay with that? Good. Okay. Okay, number 7, for possible action, discussion on one appointment to the Audit Committee to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member to serve the remaining unexpired term of January 2023 through April 30th, 2024. Mr. Cates, did you have anything to add to that? Okay. The one thing I would point out is that I believe it's due to the fact that we formed the Audit Committee in April, and that's why the terms are not standard with our other boards and commissions. Is that a correct observation? Yes, Ms. Marsh is shaking her head, yes, okay. So anyways, we might also look at whether or not we might want to adjust that to coincide with our other boards and commissions. As I understand it, that resignation was from the chair, David Maxwell, who moved out of our community and so was not eligible to continue to serve on that board. So that's now a 4-member board, and all we're doing today is filling the unexpired term of that, which will begin as of January or today through April 30th, 2024. So I believe we have, and as I understand it, Mr. Michael Summers has withdrawn his application for that. So we should enter that into the record, that Mr. Summers withdrew his application. So at this time, we have only one applicant for that, and that's Miss Jessica Sales. I hope that I'm pronouncing that right, Sales? Okay, so she's here. Or a surrogate or something, because I'm seeing a head go yes. So anyways, we're glad to have you here. And if you don't mind, if you could join us at the podium so that the commissioners can grill you. No, I'm just teasing. Just try to add a little levity here, you know, to lighten things up a little bit. So, okay. So, Ms. Sales, we're going to entertain you for 3 minutes, and then the board may ask you questions, and then we'll go to public comment as we have with everybody else and bring it back. So, anyways, please tell us about yourself.
Thank you for having me here this morning, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Sales, and forgive me, I'm an accountant, not a public speaker. I am a CPA and a partner of a CPA firm that has 2 locations here in Nevada. We specialize in not-for-profit and governmental accounting, particularly in the single audit space, which is federal grant award audits in excess of $750,000, of which Douglas County receives. In order to perform and partner these audits, I do have to have continued relevant current education and experience in governmental and not-for-profit accounting and auditing. I also am on the board of the Northern Nevada Society of CPAs, and I maintain my internal control certification with the American Institute of CPAs. I've been practicing for the past 16 years, a Douglas County resident for the last 2.5 years. And as a mother of 2 young children in this community, I think it's important for them to see how we give back with the skills that we have, even if it's a little outside of our comfort zone. So I'm hopeful that my experience, my education, and my passion to provide a give back to the community will be beneficial on this audit committee.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have questions? Ms. Hales? No, Commissioner Hales, no questions.
I have no questions, but I would like to say that after reading her resume, I was very impressed. Thank you for stepping forward.
Thank you, and it's a little nerve-wracking being the first one in person here.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
We don't want to make this nerve-wracking,
I'm an
okay? We want to
accountant.
make
It's
it
gonna be
comfortable.
nerve-wracking.
We appreciate you applying, as we appreciate all those who have applied. Unfortunately, some people are not going to be placed on commissions because we just don't have the positions available, but this one we do. So Commissioner Noasad, did you have a question for Ms. Sales?
Yes, with respect to Commissioner Rice's comments, ditto.
Mr.
Thank you.
Tarkanian, any observations here? Okay, very good. At this time, we'll go to,
Thank you.
hang. No, you can go ahead and sit down, sure. But at this time, we'll entertain public comment in regards to Ms. Sales. And that's not spelled S-A-I-L-S, it's S-A-Y-L-E-S, okay, Sales. Okay. Ms. Johnson, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, we have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item number 7?
Thank you, Ms. Sales, for your application. Jason Gibson for the People's Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. As we said before, there's no doubt that there's an exceptional degree of talented people with a great deal of experience. The folks who are currently serving on the audit committee should have had that November 30th fiscal annual yearly report, the most complex report produced by the county, which is about 400 pages. And it's going to take all 80 people on all 14 committees to wrap their minds around it. That report should be on every committee's table, and there should be a yearly end report, like it says here in the Handbook for Effective Board and Committees, that there should be some dialogue or some investigation or some education that goes into understanding the code in that fiscal year report. I suspect Mrs. Sales is plenty qualified, but what good does it do 4, 5, or 6 people who are participating on a committee to be elected to that committee if they don't have the time to actually get into the mechanics of governance here in the county? First question is, are they going to show for the meeting? You're being elected to a board for 2 to 4 years. Can you show up and represent yourself? Once again, are these paid positions? And if not, maybe we should get these people paid, huh? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any other questions, gentlemen, ladies? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we appoint the single person applying for this,
Jessica Sales.
Jessica Sales. I'm sorry, Jessica. Jessica Sales to serve on the unexpired term on this committee.
Okay. Do you have a second? Okay, a motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to appoint Jessica Sales to the Audit Committee to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member to serve the remaining unexpired term of January 23 through April 30th, 2024. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Welcome, Ms. Sales. And I would also, I didn't say it, but 2 of my commissioners said it, and I think all 5 of us feel that your resume was extremely impressive. And so I think you'll be a very important addition to that particular board. So thank you for stepping up. Okay, then we'll go to item number 8, discussion on 3 community at large appointments to the Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2024. Mr. Cates, did you have anything to add to that? Okay. So we have 3 applicants for we have 4 applicants, 4 applicants for 3 positions. The terms that have been expired are Bruce Beamer, Ann Carroll, and Doug Sonneman. And all 3 of them have reapplied for appointment. And then we also have Miss Christina S. Hollabone. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Hollabone or Hollabon, or okay. So I'm sure I'll get corrected on that. But are any of the 4 here in attendance that can visit with us? Okay. Mr. Sonneman, do you have anything you wish to share with us?
Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Sonneman. I'm on the board now. I've been on the board since 2016. The Community Services Department does a wonderful job as far as seniors, and I think this board, through the County Commission, does a very effective job of helping them in the sounding board of the senior community and what we can do We, as seniors helping ourselves, we as seniors helping the Community Services Department, to help the citizens of Douglas County. Some of the issues that I think are best solved are the ability to keep seniors in their homes, not being a burden on the county as far as getting put into homes where the county then has to fund those that cannot afford it. We provide the transportation so that people can get to their medical facilities, and we try to give a good vestige of everything, within the various areas of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Mr. Sonneman? Okay.
No questions, but he is one of the first tax appraisers I've ever seen walk into a room and get a standing ovation. If that's any indication of his integrity and his ability, it's amazing. And thank you for staying with the county.
Thanks.
Okay, since he no others, thank you very much, Mr. Sonneman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And do we have Bruce Beamer? I know I don't see him in here, so is he online? No. And I don't see Ann Carroll here either, so is she online? No. How about Christina Hollabone? I don't know her. Is she online? Okay. So the only ones we can ask questions of Doug Sonneman. And so we've had our opportunity to do that. So we will go to public comment on these appointments. Does anybody in the audience, in the chambers, have anything that they wish to share with us regarding the appointment of either Bruce Beamer, Ann Carroll, Christina Hollabone, or Doug Sonneman, understanding that we only have 3 appointments here available to 4 people? Is there anybody who wishes to offer public comment in that regard? Any of these candidates? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any online individuals who wish to add public comment regarding the ability of any one of these 4 to serve on this board?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on agenda item 8 regarding these applicants?
I do. Thank you, Marcia. Jason Garrett Gibson on behalf of the Community Adult Center, aka the Senior Center. Thank you, Mr. Sonneman, for taking the time out to represent today. This is an opportunity for committee-elect to not only voice what's happening in the community that they serve, but to inform the rest of us who would like to know better. And without your testimony and without your input, then I have to work 10 times harder to get myself up to speed as to what's going on and how I can best serve. So for those committee members who are out of time, wasting time, spending time, killing time, or just don't have enough time is money time, we miss your input this morning. We wish you were here to represent your position on these boards. We need that kind of leadership, especially now. And full steam ahead, lads.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment online, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay. So before we go back into further discussion, I want to remind the public that this meeting was originally scheduled for last Tuesday, and a large percentage of our applicants had indicated at that time that they would be on hand for that meeting. Obviously, because of weather conditions and the inability of the commissioners and the public to get into a in-person meeting on the 10th, it was postponed and brought today. So that may have affected a lot of personal schedules where people had allocated time to be here in person for these appointments that they're not available to do so today. So I think I think we need to recognize that and take that into consideration. We're appreciative of the individuals in the public applying for these boards that have been able to make their way to the board chambers today or either online, but we also have to recognize that we may have interfered with other schedules, and we have to take that into consideration. I certainly do. So I appreciate what Mr. Gibson is saying, but I think there's exceptions that need to be considered in that regard. So I'll bring it back to the board in regards to the 3 community at-large appointments. I did want to offer some comments in that regard. This is a committee that I previously served on before becoming a commissioner. So I happened to be able to serve with Bruce Beamer and with Doug Sonneman at that time. Since that time, of course, they were appointed again. That's why we're here today, because it's only a 2-year appointment. I was very pleased. As a member of the public serving on that committee, I was very happy to be able to represent South County because we didn't previously have an individual of the public that was serving on that committee from South County. And so I felt like we needed an advocate in that regard. And I was very pleased when Ann Carroll came forward, and she lives in Topaz Lake, and came forward and wanted to serve in my stead when I couldn't serve and was elected to the commission. So Bruce Beamer is the current chair of the Senior Services Advisory Board, simply because he was vice chair, and our previous chair, Bob Cook, had an unfortunate accident, as you recall. He fell last year and didn't break his leg. He broke his head. He's deceased because of a fall last year. So we had to make a temporary appointment or a fill-in for that. But Bruce is currently serving as chair now, and Doug continues to serve very, very well, and Ann continues to serve well. I do not know Christina Hollabone, so I tend to go with, I just feel I would advocate on behalf of just keeping the same 3 that have served before. I have no reason not to vote again, not to vote for any one of those. But that's my feelings, and I'm anxious to hear my fellow commissioners' views on that. Anybody wish to offer anything in addition to that? Okay, so Commissioner Noah says ditto. Commissioner Rice?
Yes, I would like to weigh in. Our senior services in Douglas County have been recognized nationally for what the county does for its seniors, and it's because of the people willing to give their time, the people that are currently serving on the board, who have caused this to happen. In the near future, we're going to be talking more about transportation, and these 3 individuals have experience with the public transportation that we afford here in Douglas County, and I can see in the future it's going to be expanded. And I would like to maintain the people that we have on the board. And I think that Mr. Beamer, Ms. Carroll, and Mr. Sonneman have done a wonderful job representing the seniors on this board. And I am not inclined to remove any of them. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, anything you wish to add? Commissioner Hales?
I appreciate your comments. Based on the factors that I analyzed, I felt that Doug Sonneman was clearly someone I wanted to support. Same with Bruce Beamer, based on the applications and the guiding factors. And that left Christina Hollabone and Ann Carroll. And based solely on the applications, Christina Hollabone gave more information and was more persuasive. But now that I know that Ann Carroll has done a good job, and you personally have given information about that, that is helpful to me. So I will factor that in as well. And therefore, I can support those 3.
Based on that, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment. Anybody wish to offer?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we reappoint Mr. Beamer, Ms. Carroll, and Mr. Sonneman to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. So, okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to reappoint Bruce Beamer, Ann Carroll, and Doug Sonneman to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board for the two-year term of January 2023 through December 31st, 2024. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Can I also just comment that I appreciate Christina Hollibone's application, and I felt that she has extensive volunteer experience and valuable things to offer the community, so I hope she'll offer those up again.
Yes.
I know she's also applied for Parks and Rec, so we'll see.
Okay. So anyways, thank you for those comments. And I would encourage those individuals, obviously we have more than we can appoint. So I would encourage those individuals to please continue your interest in those. And certainly you're welcome to attend those meetings and provide public comment and participate as is allowed by the chair of those committees. So please don't hesitate to continue to do so. Because you never know when we're going to have a individual that, for one reason or another, moves away or passes. May have positions that we may need to fill. So, anyways, so with that, we'll move to item number 9. For possible action, discussion on 3 appointments to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for a 2-year term from January 2023 through December 31st, 2024. 2 representatives are appointed from the Tahoe Township, and 1 representative is appointed from the Carson Valley. So let's see where we are here. So at this time, we have 5 applicants for 3 positions. However, 2 of those positions must be from the Tahoe Township. That is, I believe that's code. It may be, is it code, Mr. Hames?
AJ Hames for the record from the Douglas County DA's office. Yes, that is from code.
Okay, so that's by code. So that we don't have any choice in that. And then we have 3 candidates for the Carson Valley appointment. Anyways, with that, we will entertain, we'll go to the individuals that have applied, and we'll start with Ms. Gardner. By the way, full disclosure, we are not related, okay? Even though her mother asked me why I did not attend the family reunion, and I indicated that they don't allow the black sheep of the family to come. So anyways, that's why I didn't attend. But anyways, Kelly Gardner and Nanette Hansel and Christina Hollibone again for this one, and also Brenda Robertson and Mr. Tolbert, Mr. Nathan Tolbert. So is Ms. Hansel or Ms. Gardner, I know they're not here in person because I know them, and they're not online. Perhaps we should break this up and take the 2 for the Tahoe Township and dispense with that, and then we can debate the other 3 regarding the Carson Valley, which only has 1 appointment. Are the commissioners in concurrence with that thought process? Okay, so sensing that, since Ms. Gardner and Ms. Hansel are not here, and they are for the Tahoe Township, we have 2 appointments there. Let's go to public comment on those 2. To see if there's a public comment on those 2, and then we'll bring it back to the board and act on that, and then we'll entertain comments from the other 3 candidates and go to public comment and bring that back for that 1 appointment. Okay. So anyways, public comment regarding either Kelly Gardner or Nanette Hansel, who have applied for the two positions for the Tahoe Township. Ms. Waller.
Hi, Ellie Waller. I know Nanette Hensel in a different capacity, spending almost 20 years going to TRPA meetings, and I believe that she's a good candidate for this, and I'm not sure how many of these people are currently serving, so I can't make any recommendation for Kelly, so I don't know if she's already been in the job and what her background is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. I will address that quickly. Ms. Gardner has been serving on this board for quite some time, actually. Her mother-in-law served on this board prior to that, so very involved in the community. And Ms. Gardner is currently serving as the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. So anyways, I serve on that as well, so yeah. Okay, any further comments, public comments here in chambers regarding either of these candidates? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have public comment concerning either Nanette Hansel or Ms. Kelly Gardner and their reappointment to this board?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment regarding Kelly Gardner or Nanette Hansel's application?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly and Annette. It's Annette for your applications. I had a chance to meet with some folks at the Public Works and the Public Parks Department down there by the Senior Adult Center, and very progressive group of peoples. Looking forward to working with all of these folks in raising the bar and the fun factor. It's all related, Mrs. Gardner, Mr. Gardner, cousin. Anyhow, I thought that was funny. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for observations and possible action. Commissioner Hales?
I really appreciated in Kelly Gardner's application her reference to the river as an underutilized resource. I think that's true, and I liked that. I, of course, support both of these applicants.
Commissioners, any other comments? Then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of Kelly Gardner and Nanette Hansel to the Parks and Rec Board.
I'll second.
Okay, can we add to there the two-year appointment, Tahoe Township?
From the, as a 2-year appointment from the Tahoe Township.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint Kelly Gardner and Nanette Hansel for the 2-year term, January 23 through December 31st, 2024, representing the Tahoe Township. Since you no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, so we'll come back to the other appointment that we have available to us. Ms. Christina Hollabone, Ms. Brenda Robertson, and Mr. Nathan Tolbert. And previously, I don't think we had Ms. Hollabone in chambers. I don't know if Ms. Robertson is online. Okay, I think she indicated she had a conflict with today, and so that's understandable. And then we do have Mr. Tolbert here. So, Mr. Tolbert, would you like to come to the podium and address us?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Tolbert, applying for the Park and Rec Advisory Board. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I have lots of experience in outdoor recreation. Most of my extracurriculars, I call them, has to do with youth and sports and coaching. I've spent a year with the Washoe Tribe as the recreation director at the Woodfords community. I've also worked with our recreation department. I created a curriculum for basketball specific for coaches that they're always looking for coaches to fill out all the teams. And a lot of times a mom or a dad gets thrown in. And so we created a curriculum to teach those parents that are pure volunteers that don't know a whole lot about the sport, about coaching practices and basketball and terms and stuff like that. It's something we were working on pushing through to all sports. And then I would probably amend my one comment in the application. We're speaking about the potential for the park out at the rodeo grounds. And I think I'd make that more broad and say that we have so many facilities that are so excellent. Doing travel sports with my kids and traveling all over teaching about outdoor recreation and trail management. That I feel like we're underutilizing that in the visitors capacity, and that if we were to better market and push out there, I mean, if you look at, nights in the country, or what is it, country nights, where Yerington is getting big name country stars and making a lot of money off of their venues and infrastructure that they already have. I feel like that's something that we're kind of missing out on. And other than that, I welcome any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Turganian? No, sad? Okay.
One question, sort of loaded question. You just got asked to coach a group in the youth basketball organization, and you don't have any kids playing on it, right? You want to talk about how that happened?
Yeah, well, I've always been one of those guys that when you see a void, you jump in and help out. And so I know they were short coaches, and I know the recreation director very well and his predecessor, Mr. Dorr, very well. And I just happened to run into him at a basketball game with my sons at the high school and told him, hey, if you need me and we're going to do that coaching thing, let me know. And he called me back and said, hey, I need a 5th, 6th grade coach. I need a 7th and 8th grade coach. And I said, which one doesn't conflict with my boys' game nights? And I took the 7th and 8th grade. So as of tomorrow night, I'm going to be there at the rec center from 3 to 6 with practice and then games with a group of 10 boys that I just love. I mean, they're part of my family now already. I know those of you guys that coach, you know that the kids that play for you, they're lifelong commitments. So, yeah, so that's, it needed to be done, and I'm here, and I have the knowledge, so willing to jump in and do what needs to be done.
Commissioner Hales? Questions? Commissioner Rice? No, said? No? Okay. I don't have any questions either.
Right.
I appreciate your application, and I understand your passion for this. And we're friends on Facebook, and so I see all your activities that you participate in. So I appreciate your activities within the community. So,
Right.
anyways, I just wanted to say that. So we'll go to public comment in chambers. Is there any public comment here?
Ellie Waller. All three applicants had very good resumes. Thank you, Mr. Tolbert, for being here today. I am recommending and supporting Brenda Robertson. I know her in a different capacity. Her enthusiasm and organizational skills, bar none, bring so much to any committee that she would be on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in regards to either Ms. Hollowbone, Brenda Robertson, or Mr. Nathan Tolbert? Sensing none, go to online. Is there any public comment online, Ms.?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment regarding the Carson Valley representatives for the Park and Recs Department?
Yes, thank you, Jason Gibson here. Thank you, Coach Tolbert, for showing up and applying to be of service. Since he's an avid participant in the first person and likely someone who deploys Facebook and modern day communication utilities, I would forward Coach Tolbert's application and ask that he would please adhere to the Handbook for Effective Boards and Committees handbook. Maybe activate in that Facebook. You can set up an autonomous page for your activities. It doesn't have to be related to your personal page, but it can be connected to your account. That would give us insights into what you're doing, what you're up to, and how we can plug in and participate. I've taught AYSO soccer in times past, played for 11 years. So definitely wanting to participate in sports and be a part of adventure travel sports and extreme sports. And following your lead or networking, communicating with you, sharing pictures, sharing a view. We'll be looking for you online. And if you need help with any of that, then you can give me a shout out at 775-309-1262, and we'll help out with that social networking Facebook utility. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad.
it looks like this would be a convenient point to do a roll call vote.
Each commissioner, I think, should express their views, and then maybe we can form a consensus for a motion. Would that be sufficient? Yeah. Okay. So I'll let the other commissioners voice their opinions, and then I'll finish with mine, and we'll see where we are. Okay. And then if we have a consensus of 3 commissioners, then we can have a motion, or else we can debate it further. Okay. So Commissioner Rice, you had.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
thank you. In looking at the 3 Carson Valley candidates, I have to disclose the fact that I've known one of them for about 20 years. She has devoted herself to the youth of Douglas County and of Carson Valley. She has served on numerous boards and commissions, including the Boys and Girls Club, and trying to expand their presence in Douglas County. And I understand that she's still trying to expand the services down further south into Holbrook Junction and that area. For that reason, Mr. Tolbert, I have known for a short period of time, not well, but we've had more than one occasion to be able to chat. I'm sure that he would do a admirable job on this board. And Ms. Hollibone, I do not know at all. All I know is what I read in her resume. But Brenda Robertson has dedicated most of her life to the youth of our community, and I'm inclined to not remove her from this board. Thank you.
Would another commissioner like to share their views? Commissioner Tarkanian?
So I've been involved in youth sports a lot in this community. I've had a chance to experience who's been involved in it and who hasn't. There is nobody that I know in this entire community that does more for youth sports than Nathan Tolbert. And he doesn't just do the stuff people like, and that's why I'd ask the question he does. He does the stuff people don't like and don't do and they can't get. You failed to mention that the team you're coaching is in Colville, is that correct? It's a...
No, they're still local.
Okay, so nobody would coach this team, and he stepped up and he did it. He's done this in all different sports. I think he would be an absolute wonderful person on the board, and it isn't removing Brenda Robertson from a board. It's just not renewing her term. She's on 17 boards, and I think Brenda does a great job. I mentioned to her I wanted her to do an Unsung Hero of the Month for her because nobody's been on more boards than she has and done more within the community. But she's on 17 boards. I think Nathan would be a great addition. Again, it's just because you've been on it for a while doesn't mean you have a lifetime appointment. Sometimes new face, new ideas would be a great addition. And as I've mentioned, from my experience, having 4 young kids that have played different sports throughout the community here now since the time we moved here, no one has been more accessible, involved, and done a better job than Mr. Tolbert. And I will say also, watching him run his campaign for county commissioner, where he ran a purely positive campaign, and I thought his character showed there. I never met him before until that campaign. I thought that showed his character. That, along with his incredible devotion to youth sports, I think he'd be a great, great, great person for the board, the Parks Board.
Commissioner Hills?
Thank you. I'll make some observations. One of the standout points that Christine Hollabone made was the thought that programs and facilities should be properly advertised to the public so that everyone has equal access to these programs and facilities. I appreciated that point, and I wanted to note that. I will agree with the public comment from Ms. Waller that Brenda Robertson is, I think it was, organized and enthusiastic, and so much more than that. She's an amazing person, she's a delightful person, and the community is so much better off because she gives and is involved, and I have the highest regard for her. Looking at Nathan Tolbert, his involvement in youth sports is long-term. His experience as a professional in government recreation services is impressive. And so as I looked at the guiding factors and analyzed those for each of these applicants, he rises to the top because primarily of his actual experience as a paid rec person, and even more importantly, his many, many years of service in youth sports, as Commissioner Tarkanian has explained. Those, to me, bring him to the top, and so I support him.
Commissioner Nosat, do you have anything you wish to share? Okay. This is probably one of the most difficult choices we have, I believe. We have three very, very qualified individuals. So when that occurs, of course, I do think that incumbency comes into play. I serve on the Parks and Recreations Commission as the board assignment, and I participate almost at every meeting. There are some meetings that I choose not to participate in simply because the action items that are coming before that board will have to eventually get to the Board of Commissioners. And so when I'm there and that type of action takes place, I have to recuse myself from the vote on that, which I do. And but I can attest to the fact that Brenda Robertson attends every meeting. She was the previous chair of this board and works very hard and takes very much concern about what happens with our Parks and Recreations Advisory Board. Mr. Tolbert, I honestly wish we had additional positions, except that at this time, I can't move off of Brenda Robertson. I hope you understand that. We certainly do appreciate. I don't know where the vote's going to go yet, so but we'll see what happens with that. But should you choose, so you get appointed, then I know you'll do a great job. And if you don't get appointed, then I know you're going to stay active in that capacity. So I appreciate that either way. And once again, we have Ms. Hollabone, and she comes very well qualified as well. I just simply can't at this time not vote for Ms. Robertson to stay on that committee as the Carson Valley representative. So that's my take on it. I don't know where we are. So is there anybody interested in offering a motion? We'll see where we can get on this, and if we make a motion.
I would be
and-
more than happy to.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Brenda Robertson as the Valley representative to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to reappoint Brenda Robertson as the Carson Valley representative to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for the term of January 23 through December 31st, 2024. We'll see if we have the necessary votes for appointment. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, so it's a 5-0 vote. We are,
No, nay.
Okay.
okay, well, I said all those in favor of appointing Brenda Robertson, as the motion is by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad. So all those in favor of appointing Brenda Robertson to remain on the Parks and Recreation Committee should say aye. Aye. No, okay. And all those against say no.
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 Okay, so we have a consensus. We have 3 votes. Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Noasad, Commissioner Rice voting aye. Ms. Clerk? And we have Commissioner Hales and Commissioner Tarkanian voting no. So it passes on a 3-2 vote, and that's quite fine. And so Brenda Robertson is hereby reappointed to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Right? Okay. And once again, we thank everybody, Mr. Tolbert, for your application, and we hope you stay. I don't, it's not a hope. I know we're going to still see you, and we appreciate your activities regarding our youth in the county. So anyways, okay. So we're now moving to item number 10 for possible action discussion on 2 appointments to the Board of Equalization by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2026. Mr. Cates, do you have anything to add to that? No. Okay. So as I look at our applicants, we have 2 appointments that are available. Mr. Tim Flan's term expired and Mr. James McCallop's term expired. This board meets once a year in the month of February to address, I believe, tax assessment issues with our county. It is a paid position. I think they pay them $60 a meeting, something of that nature, $60 to $80 a meeting. Once again, it's usually just 1 meeting a year in the month of February. So anyways, the fact that we have only 1 applicant, James McCallop, that leaves 1 open spot. So should we choose to reappoint Mr. McCallop, we'll still have to reopen this to the public for additional applications to fill the additional spot. Okay. Hopefully we can get that done before their meeting in February, because otherwise they're going to have a vacancy on that board. Okay. So at this time then, I would ask, and I don't see Mr. McCallop here in chambers, so I don't know if he's online, Ms. Johnson. Okay. So back to the board. It'll entertain questions, answers, comments. Oh, yes. Okay. No, I asked for public comment, didn't I? No. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. He's not here. So public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers regarding the reappointment of James McCallop to the Board of Equalization? Seeing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any public comment regarding the reappointment of James McCallop to the Board of Equalization?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have 1 person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment regarding the application of James McCallop to be reappointed to the Board of Equalization?
Jason Gibson for the record. Thank you. Don't know much to say about the Board of Equalization because we don't know what it does. certainly not a definition that I can find on the Douglas County website. Can't find a profile for Mr. McCallop, and if you tried to search for his personal Facebook or a public interface, you likely won't find anything on Mr. McCallop as well. It's clear to me that we need to provide incentives to keep the caliber of people that anchor what's happening in this county so that they can assist our board and county commissioners in making sound decisions. We need to do that now before the window closes on the opportunity to cooperate and communicate in exceptional ways. On that note, about 2 months ago, we offered every public servant, and now because our sponsor has gifted us with another grant, we can offer anybody in Douglas County who wants a 10-day, all expenses paid except for your transportation, to the 10-day natural time retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments? Mr. McCallop has served in this for the last 4 years and wishes to continue, and has attended all 4 meetings and does a diligent job. I know that. So I will entertain a motion to approve the reappointment of James McCallop to the Board of Equalization.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosed.
I move that we appoint James McCallop to the Board of Equalization.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nosed, seconded by Commissioner Rice to reappoint James McCallop to the County Board of Equalization by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term of office from January 23 through December 31st, 2026. Any other discussion? Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so that motion passes 5-0. And Mr. Cates, we need to go back out to the public to research getting another person for this board. I hope we can do that post haste, and so we can try to reappoint. Probably not at our, obviously not at our January 9th meeting. I don't know if we can accomplish that task by what's February 2nd is our first meeting in February. I don't know. Ms. Johnson, what's your thoughts on that? Is that too fast of a timeline also?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the applicant or application, we'd have to post it in the paper for two full weeks for the Douglas County Boards and Commission policy. And we have to post the February 2nd agenda by it's either the 27th or the 26th of January. So we won't have 2 full weeks in the paper unless we upload the application as supplemental.
Okay, so we can expect that then to come back at the second meeting in February?
Yes.
Hopefully, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to get a timeline for the public and us to understand what that was. Thank you. Okay, we have item number 11. This will be the last appointment we do before we take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back after lunch and we'll tackle the library board, the planning commission, and then the airport advisory committee. So item number 11 for possible action, discussion on 3 appointments to the 911 Surcharge Advisory Committee by the Board of County Commissioners. Number 1 as the local exchange carrier representative, 2, 1 as the sheriff's office representative, and 3, 1 as a member at large. These appointments are for 2-year terms. These appointments are for 2-year terms from January 2023 through December 31st, 2024. The board will also appoint 1 member at large to the 911 Surcharge Advisory Board to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of a member to serve the remaining unexpired term of January 2023 through December 31st, 2023. Okay, I think I have that back here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have 3 terms that have expired, and 1, as I indicated earlier, 1 member of that board that resigned, and so that term will go through the end of this year, December 31st, 2023. Let's, I guess we should have a motion, first of all, to approve the ones that are designated by the carrier and by the sheriff's department, and then we can tackle the at-large ones. Is that acceptable with you folks? Okay. So we have Stephen Buffo that has been nominated to remain on that. He's already there, but to remain as the local exchange carrier representative. And we have Under Sheriff Ron Elgis, who is the sheriff's office designee. And so we can go ahead and, so we don't have much of a choice there, do we? No. So we can go ahead and go to, I don't see either one of those. And are either of those online, Ms. Johnson? No. So, okay. So we can bring it, we can go directly to public comment on that and then bring it back to the board for a decision on that. And then we can tackle the at-large, okay? That's okay. So at this time, is there any public comment regarding the acceptability of Stephen Buffo or Under Sheriff Ron Elgis for those two positions, the local exchange carrier representative and the sheriff's office designee? Is there any public comment regarding either one of those? Seeing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any online comments regarding the acceptability of either of those appointments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson, for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item number 11 regarding Stephen Buffo and Ron Elgis appointment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First and foremost, how can you elect these appointees to a committee when you don't even know what the committee does? They haven't been meeting like they should be meeting. And if they were a 911 committee interfacing with the general public to improve communications so that we're not in a perpetual state of emergency, then not only would they be here today, but the sheriff would play a proactive role with its public relations to keep the peace and communicate with folks about what's happening in the county and what's happening at large. But that's not happening. So how can you choose applicants for a committee as important as the 911 committee when there's a complete disconnect in its function? And why would you cut off my comments for the last comment that I made in trying to inspire these people with incentives to try to help our government? Are you lacking in that? Are you lacking in vision or creativity? Is that why you keep cutting me off, Chairman? I don't get paid for this. We're trying to help here. So neither one of these candidates are qualified, and we know with what we're bringing forward that Ron Elgis isn't going to be communicating with the public, not with us, not here in the ranchos. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional online comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson, for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Is there any questions regarding these two individuals and their appointments in those designated positions? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion to reappoint Mr. Stephen Buffo as the local exchange carrier representative and Under Sheriff Ron Elgis as the sheriff's office designee.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor of these two appointments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Now we'll go to the, we have one 2-year appointment here and let me see here. We we have one 2-year appointment, is that one 2-year appointment and then an unfulfilled position, okay? So we have to determine which, we have Mr. Bruce Beamer and Mr. Dennis Calora and Mr. Bayan Lewis. Mr. Bayan Lewis is currently on that board and has reapplied. So we have 3 individuals to select for one of those for a full term and one of those to complete Mr. Larry Warner's unexpired term to December 31st, 2023. So I'll call on individuals. Mr. Bruce Beamer, I don't know, I know him, so I don't see him here. So, and he's not online, okay?
Can I,
Mr. Dennis Calora.
can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I think okay, better. There is that sentence about only serving on one board or commission. Does that apply here?
I think the answer would be yes, because Mr. Beamer already serves on the Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board, so it would apply here. That doesn't. It's a policy, and it's something that we've tried to respect. We haven't always respected that. We do have members of our community who serve on more than one board, but that's a rare exception. Okay, so we still have the ability to entertain that, but we should keep in mind that he already does serve on another committee.
So I'm totally lost now. You're telling me we have a policy that we've adopted, but we don't have to follow it.
That's right.
Okay, that's that. Okay.
Am I phrasing that correctly, Mr. Hames, or maybe Mr. Cates could fill in?
AJ Haynes from the Douglas County DA's office for the record. I don't know the specific policy just offhand. I'd have to review it, but just as a general rule, if there is a policy in place and you're going to deviate from the policy, there would have to be a reason for doing so. It couldn't just be, there couldn't be no reason to do it. I mean, there would have to be a rationale to deviate from the policy.
So I think I've heard in the past that it's not a written policy, but more of a general direction of the board.
That.
What's that?
I can help with that.
Okay, please.
It's the boards, committees, and commissions, policies and procedures adopted March 2nd, 2018, updated June 7th, 2018 on page 7, multiple appointments. No non-elected person is eligible to apply or to serve on more than one board, committee, or commission at any one time.
Commissioner Tarkanian, I can accept that. I don't have any arguments in that regard. Okay. So what I'm getting the impression from the commissioners, at least 2 commissioners, is that we should not even consider Mr. Beamer for this board because he's already serving on one board. Is that your feelings?
Okay.
And I'm good with that. I mean, I don't. Commissioner Tarkanian. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I wasn't aware of this. In fact, I think Mr. Case maybe mentioned it or something when we got started today, but I hadn't seen it in writing. I don't know Mr. Beamer. Maybe he'd be great on it. But if we have a policy and it's written and it's not discretionary, then why are we not following it? That's my concern.
Okay.
The only question I would have is this in county code?
I don't believe it's county code. So I don't need, I don't know that it's a law. I do know that previous boards have overlooked that particular policy. I do know that has occurred because previously we had Mr. Cook, Bob Cook, who served both on the Senior Services and Public Transportation Board and also served on the Wildlife Board, if I'm not mistaken. So at certain times, maybe we've had a lack of candidates, and so we've allowed that to occur. Okay, so we've kind of turned a blind eye to that. But I'm perfectly comfortable also as a commissioner of respecting that policy as well. So if the feeling is, if the feeling of this board is that we should not consider Mr. Beamer, I'm good with that. So Is there any other feelings in that regard, Commissioner Noasad or Rice? Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem with considering Mr. Beamer. However, I do have some comments regarding the other two candidates when ready.
okay. So, anyways, I don't know how, he's on the list, he's been accepted by the list, so we should give him an opportunity, but the commissioners should take into account, if I'm not mistaken, the fact that he does serve on another board when making these selections. Would that be appropriate? Okay, so but we've already identified that Mr. Beamer is not available, so let's go to Mr. Colora. I believe I'm pronouncing that right, Dennis Colora. Is he by any chance present? I don't know him, and he's not online. And how about Mr. Bayan Lewis? Is he available or online? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. We have, once again, a 1 year, a unexpired term to fill and a 2 year, I believe, term that's been applied for. So do I have any?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
having been in law enforcement for 57 years and still above ground, I can say that I've had a lot of experience with 911, and I was in charge of our dispatch center when Pasadena Police Department first went to 911. I have looked at the backgrounds of both Mr. Colora and Mr. Lewis, and find them both eminently qualified for this position, more so than Mr. Beamer because of their experience in law enforcement and in their experience with communications. So I would favor having Mr. Lewis for the 2 year position, since he is already on the board. And then I would favor having Mr. Colora as the shorter term. Thank you.
Okay. I see Commissioner Hale shaking her head yes down there. Do you concur with that?
I do concur with it. I will say that I thought Bruce Beamer was a very strong applicant, but the policy to me should be respected.
Commissioner Tarkanian, would you wish to chime in here? No? Okay, Commissioner Noasad? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. I got the feeling that the motion should, what's that? Oh, thank you, again, appreciate it. I appreciate that. That shows you're right on your toes. So anyways, okay, we'll go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment regarding either Mr. Bayan Lewis or Dennis Colora, or for that matter, Mr. Bruce Beamer?
Ellie Waller, I too have been reviewing all the resumes. All three are qualified. I want to thank Commissioner Hales for bringing forward the policy issue, and that the board could take that recommendation. And I agree with your current position on the 1 and 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there any other additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. Now, I will entertain a motion. I think I sense that I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead, Mr. Rice.
Mr.
Commissioner Rice.
Chairman.
Yes.
I move that Mr. Bayan Lewis be appointed to the 2 year term, and that Mr. Dennis Colora be appointed to the expiring 1 year term. For
Okay.
911 surcharge.
Okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to appoint Mr. Bayan Lewis to a 2 year member-at-large position on the 911 Surcharge Advisory Committee for January 2023 through December 31st, 2024, and to additionally appoint Mr. Dennis Colora to the unexpired term on that same board that expires on December 31st, 2023. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are done with item number 11. At this time, it's, what time does my computer tell me? I don't want to trust the, what time is it? 12:09. Okay, so with the board concurrence, we will go into recess and return at 1:15 is good, folks? 1:15. We'll return at 1:15, at which time we will take up the appointments of the Library Board of Trustees, and then we'll follow that with the Planning Commission, and then finally the Douglas County Airport Commission. So we're going to take those out of place. We'll go to item 12, then item 14, and then return to item 13. Okay? So we're currently now in recess until 1:15. Thank you. Okay, it is, by my computer, it's 1:15. We agreed to resume our Board of Commissioners meeting our special meeting for January 17th, 2023, to accomplish the task of appointing members of our community to our various advisory boards for the Board of Commissioners. As I indicated before we went to break, I'm going to take them a little bit out of order because we have 12 applicants for the airport board, so we're going to take that very last so that we don't keep those for the other boards here unnecessarily, trying to respect them, and that's going to take some time, I'm sure, to get through all 12 of those individuals. So we're going to, at this time, tackle the library board, which is item number 12, and I believe we have a number of the applicants here. So I will read that item into the agenda, after which time we will ask each of the applicants that are present or online to, once again, provide us with about 3 minutes familiarization and reasons why we should select them for the board. And then we'll ask, after all of the applicants have spoken, no, as each applicant speaks, we'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for those applicants. After we've gone through all applicants and all questions by the board, then we'll go to public comment, both here and online, and then we'll bring it back to the board to try to determine a consensus of the individuals we wish to appoint. I would also indicate that I hope, once again, I'll repeat this, I said it earlier this morning, maybe some of you weren't here, but I hope that you, the applicants, have taken an opportunity to, as we have, look at all of the applications that are before us in regards to both, for all three of these boards that we're going to appoint. I think they'll come to find out that everybody that's applied is very, very well qualified. So that makes our decision as a board extremely difficult. And I hope you'll appreciate that aspect of that. So anyways, with that, we'll get into item number 12 for possible action. Discussion on 2 appointments to the Library Board of Trustees by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term of office from January 2023 through December 31st, 2026, and the appointment of 1 member to serve the remaining unexpired term of a member who has resigned. That term would last from January 2023 through December 31st, 2024. So that's only a 2-year appointment in adherence with NRS Chapter 379. Mr. Cates, did you have anything to add to that? Okay, then we'll go into that. So I'm going to, so I don't get lost, I'm going to do this in alphabetical order, okay? I believe that Mr. Connor is here, Robert Connor. So we're going to entertain his 3 minutes first, and then the board will have an opportunity to ask Mr. Connor questions. Then we'll proceed to Teresa DeGraffa-Reed, same procedure. Then, and I know she's here, Kimberly Esty will next have the opportunity. I don't see her present currently. Then we have Mr. Hooven, and I know that he's here. And then we'll go to Elizabeth, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this right, Colios. Is she by any chance here? I don't know her. Okay, maybe she's online. Then we'll have Mr. Morelli, and I don't see him here present. And then we'll have the last one, Mrs. Teresa Oliveira. I did want to inform the public and my fellow commissioners that Ms. Oliveira was here earlier today, however, had appointments this afternoon, so she was unable to stay. So we should not hold that against her, should we be interested in that. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that. So she came up just after we went to break and informed me of that. So anyways, Mr. Connor, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, my name is Robert Connor. I've been a resident of Nevada since 1995. I've been a resident of the Valley since 2001. And the interesting thing about that is the walkthrough on our house was on September 11th, 2001. So it was an interesting day all the way around. I have a BA in anthropology and graduate studies in archaeology, forest silviculture, and forest entomology. I have talked to Mr. DeGelder, and he did provide me with copies of his goals for the next, 5 years. And what I would like to do is be able to work with him and the advisory board on some of the things that the advisory board can help him on. Some of it is economic, and that's up to the board whether he's going to have the budget to do some of the things that he would like to do. But to help him with his goals, I would like to be able to help him create small bites, so to speak, which are SMART goals that are specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timed. And that would make his first goal of, establishing 10 new local and regional partnerships by 2027 a little bit more realistic. How are you going to accomplish that? Doing it one at a time? And who do you want to approach first to have that take place? And each of the other goals can be accomplished in the same way, but you bake them, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's what I would like to help him accomplish. And with that, I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hales?
I guess I do have one.
Okay.
It's been kind of in my thinking. So my thought is that a library should be apolitical, meaning politically neutral. Do you agree with that? And what would you do to ensure that your personal beliefs are not involved and that the library stays politically neutral?
I think the best way to answer that is to point out that I have been a Rotarian since 2006, and one of our staunch, I won't call them beliefs, but stances are we are an apolitical organization, and I try to keep everything apolitical. My views on different things are not germane to how the library board functions, and as such, then I think that I can keep it as an apolitical board and work with the board to make their goals accomplishable.
Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have any questions for Mr. Connor? Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Okay, and I have none either. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I appreciate your participation in our community already. I know you're involved in a number of other boards and activities, and I just want to make sure that goes noticed rather than unnoticed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. Yep. Okay, and so the next one will be Ms. Teresa Graffereed.
Should I sign in here? No. Should I sign here or no? I'm good.
Yes, please sign. Yes, please sign, and then.
For the record, my name is Teresa DeGraffenried, and I have lived in Gardnerville for over 20 years. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I would first like to thank you for the time to expand on the thoughts written in my application and to also show my gratitude for the process of opening the advisory boards to the public. I feel like I am very qualified to sit on this board since I have utilized and aided the library in this community and many others for my whole life. I mentioned before, I and my siblings were what some would call a latchkey kid. My parents both worked, and though my father was technically home, he was asleep during the day to his work schedule being at night. I would take my younger sister and walk the half mile to the library most summer days to spend at least 2 hours there. During the summer of '75, I even read all the works of Ray Bradbury at the library. When I started teaching in 1983, I used my library card to be able to supplement the books I would read to the children because I knew I couldn't possibly have in my home library every title and theme I would like to share with the children. So I would again share that during my 34 years teaching young children, I have lived in 4 communities and spent the last 20 years in Douglas County, utilizing both the Minden and Lake Tahoe branches. When we resided in Mammoth Lakes, I regularly participated in the story time. While we lived in Mammoth, the library was moved from a warehouse to a permanent facility, and I helped with moving the library to its new facility. I maintain ties to the Mammoth Lakes community and know that the library has been expanded and relocated again since that time. I also volunteered at the Minden Library for the summer reading program several years ago, checking in the minutes and hours of the reading and giving the children their rewards. I hope that you can see that as a longtime member of the community and local business owner, that I won't bring any agenda to the board beyond wanting to help bring the latest technology and books to our community because so many in our community depend on the library working to the best of its ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graff-Reed. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales.
I'll ask the same question. I'm going to ask every applicant for the library this question. I think the library should be apolitical, that is politically neutral. Do you agree? And if so, what will you do to make sure you keep it that way? And you'll prevent your personal beliefs from filtering in.
I would agree that the library is for the whole community and that how I believe it should not take precedent into what is best for the community and for the members of the community. So I would work very diligently to keep my own priorities out of the library and just look at it as a whole and what is good for the community. I would, steer our resources to that.
Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions? Commissioner Nosad? No? Okay. Commissioner Rice?
Hi. I just want to say that I noticed in reading your bio that you have spent 36 years teaching preschool kids, and I would assume that you're going to take this experience into your role as a member of the library board. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that, my heart is with the small children, although, I would need to look at the library as a whole. My first love would be, making sure that small children and, the youth of the community get what they need to thrive in our community.
Thank you.
So, Mr. de Graff-Reed, and I had one quick question that came to mind. I went to a good governance group meeting about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and the guest speaker was Tim DeGelder, is it? That is the library director. I think that's his last name.
What was the name?
Tim
Sorry.
DeGelder, is that the proper name? Okay, Tim DeGelder is our current library director. He showed me, he certainly opened my eyes to, I hadn't been in a library for a very long time. And so I'm used to the traditional, cards and card system and browsing. Okay, that's what it is. So I haven't accessed a library in a very long time because the things I want to read, generally I can find on my iPad, right? And then it's portable for me. I don't even have to have the book. So my question, and I probably should have asked Mr. Connor this as well, as Commissioner Hales is asking a standard question. Have you visited the library? Have you seen what Mr. DeGelder has changed? I mean, because it's so far advanced in what they offer now to the public, beyond what I even imagined. So I've been very impressed. Have you taken an opportunity to also visit that and talk with Mr. DeGelder and as Mr. Connor has and looked at the 5-year plan and what the evolution of our library? So if you haven't, then I would encourage you to do so. But that's a quick question, maybe yes or no, and what you thought about it.
Yes, I have not had an opportunity to speak with him. I didn't realize, prior to being appointed that that would be appropriate, but obviously it is. But I have, visited the library and, have utilized the technology there in the last couple of months.
Okay.
Can I-
Well, that would be a good answer. Sure.
Can I follow up? I'm just
Sure.
unclear. Are you familiar, have you looked at their 5-year plan?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But
Okay. Any other questions of Ms. DeGraffenreid? Okay, Mr. Noisette?
Now, this might be sounding strange, but looking at the title, Library Board of Trustees, does the Library Board of Trustees have any say-so on what books can be in the library?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Okay. I'm looking at, this is a Library Board of Trustees over which you're looking over the library. Does the Library Board have any influence on what book or books can or cannot be in the library?
Again, I'm not sure, one way or another, if that is something, that the librarian and his staff, chooses the books, or if the board would have any kind of influence over him or them, one way or another. That wasn't, I wasn't seeking to be on the board to do that. I wasn't, that wasn't my plan to, influence people on what books to have or not have.
Thank you, Mr. Gravenreid.
So and I'm going to help you out here because I think I've talked to previous library trustees, and I believe they do have some purview over what's brought into our library. Maybe not ultimate say, but certainly an influence, I think. So, anyways, any other questions? Since no other questions, okay. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Okay, is Miss Esty here? Is Miss Esty online? No? Okay. Okay, so we'll go next to Mr. Hooven.
I'm Joe Hooven. Our Rotary Club of Minden was pleased when the new Douglas County head librarian, Tim DeGelder, joined our club. In a humorous exchange with some of our Rotary members, Tim said that after being selected to be the new head librarian, he took a seat at his desk. A couple days later, in came this 95-page bound strategic 5-year plan for the library, and somebody said, it's your job to implement it. So Tim, like business owners and many business people, when I had my own business, I always asked this question: how do we go from here to there? The 5-year strategic plan has short and long-range goals. It is ambitious in scope, and it is to be completed in 2027. For close to 4 decades, I ran a successful commercial construction subcontracting business in LA and Orange counties. I dealt with architects, developers, and builders. As a resident of Burbank, I served on the city's Park and Recreation Board, and I was elected to the city school board. 6 years ago, wife Janet and I moved to Minden. I have been involved with the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club of Minden, and I'm a board member of my Windhaven Homeowners Association. I believe that I have the correct amount of both real-world business experience and public service to be an effective Douglas County Library Board of Trustee, and more importantly, to help implement the 5-year strategic plan. I can immediately assist in forming community relationships, establishing a very good PR program. I can help with fundraising. I can help with outreach. I can plan and stage new events with the other trustees. And with my commercial construction experience, I can assist in selecting an architect to renovate the Minden facility. I ask for your support and thank you for this great opportunity.
Ms. Hales, would you like to, your standard question there, or would you like to change it up?
No, what will you do to make sure your own political, well, you agree that the political should be, the library should be known? Yeah. What will you do to guard against your personal beliefs being imposed?
You know, I have belonged to 2 different arts organizations here in Minden and Garden, Douglas County, and those groups strongly stress apolitical. And I have been in meeting after meeting and can honestly say that politics has never surfaced in any of those meetings. So, yeah, I'm no politics, absolutely.
Any additional questions? You're allowed more than one.
That's good.
Okay, you still have your light on, that's why I was asking.
I'm good.
Your light's still on.
whoops.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, any questions? Commissioner Noah, Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Okay, and I don't have any questions either. So thank you very much for your application. Elizabeth Colios, I'm hoping I have that name right. I don't know her, so I don't know if she's here or not, but apparently not. She's not standing up, not recognizing. So Ms. Johnson, is she online? She's not, okay. Mr. Morelli, I don't see him here. Is he online? Okay. And Teresa Oliveira has already indicated she had scheduling conflicts this afternoon, so she would not be able to attend. So anyways, we'll go to, at this time, we can go to public comment, after which time we will then bring it back to the board and try to develop a consensus. So I'd like the commissioners to start thinking about where, their choices on this. If we can articulate and come to a consensus, then we can appoint, or we can just do one at a time. It's up to you guys. Okay. So public comment, is there anybody here in chambers who wishes to offer public comment? Ms. Waller?
Ellie Waller, I appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the people that were here today. I've read all the resumes. I do have a procedural question, and I don't want to throw a wrench into this whole process of yours, but with Commissioner Hales bringing forward the conflict of having more than one office, nobody else has disclosed. I don't want you to have to go back, but you also took somebody out of the running in a seat to be fair. So again, you had just mentioned that Mr. Connor is on other boards. I don't know where the conflicts in the committees and boards happen. I just want to make sure you all are following the information that Commissioner Hales brought. Thank you.
Okay. To address that, I don't believe that Mr. Connor is on any other appointed advisory boards to the commission. He may be on other boards within the county, as so many of you are, okay, but nothing that's been appointed by the commission. Would that be a correct statement, Mr. Connor?
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
Okay, very good. I thought so, but I wasn't positive, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, so we would have the opportunity to consider all 7 for the 3 appointments. Is there any further public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, do we have public comment online? Do we have anybody with their hands raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment regarding agenda item 12 and the applicants?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Jason Gibson here. I want to thank all the applicants for their passion. Difficult choice to choose from this particular lot. This Douglas County Library of ours is our house of knowledge. It was the head librarian that stood up for the people when the people's rights were being trampled with the so-called Antifa invasion of 2021. That was when the sheriff said that we didn't deserve the right to peacefully assemble. The questions I have for Mr. Connor and for the rest of the applicants are, first and foremost, as it stands, we see a trend in government, in our municipal government especially, to shut down public input, especially the Zoom utility, which the library will not entertain. Apparently they think it's a privilege that we have to come with bended knee and beg for the right to participate from a distance in our public committees and social forums. So will you open up the Zoom utility to provide transparency so the public can provide input to the House of Knowledge? Thank you. And since the law library is a subdivision within the library, and since our last meeting of November 16th, when the director and the clerk didn't have the time to actually show for that meeting, will you actually show for the meetings? Do you have the time for this? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. One individual that I wanted to mention before we go any too much further, Ms. Esty was not able to join us. I just wanted to indicate I did work with her on the Carson Valley Medical Center Foundation. She was a previous executive director of that, and she has tremendous fundraising experience. And so I don't want us to underestimate her opportunity to serve on this board and work to finance that entity also as a member of the trustees. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. That's really all I wanted to say about that. So we're back to the board now. I would suggest we have two 4-year appointments and then 1 2-year appointment. Should we take the 2 4-year appointments first and then come back to the 1 2-year appointment? Would that be an appropriate manner to do this, gentlemen?
Sure.
Ladies? Okay. So maybe we could try to build a consensus on the 2 2-year appointments by expressing our thought process in that, and then we go back to the 1 2-year appointment. So, Ms. Hales, Commissioner Hales, would you like to start us off? Or?
Sure. I'll
Okay.
kick things off. I was, going from the applications alone, most impressed with Teresa Oliveira. And I recall she applied before and was here to speak and wasn't appointed, but is applying again. And she was here this morning, as you said, but wasn't able to stay, which is unfortunate because I would have liked to hear from her. Some points that I note from her application are she's already been on the board of the Friends of the Douglas County Library. She's been to the meetings for the long-range planning, the 5-year strategic plan. She was on a library board in another community previous to moving here and had great success there. And in one nonprofit, she was able to participate in raising $75,000 a year, which I think is pretty significant. Because of her experience and I noted some other things. She said, "I understand the need to listen and to think before you speak." And I appreciate that. To me, that bodes well for her ability to work collaboratively with others, which is one of our guiding factors. Her special knowledge of libraries, another guiding factor she's very, very strong in. So I think she is a standout. I'm interested in hearing what the others think.
So do you want to at this time articulate a second choice or wait until you hear what the commissioners say?
I think I'll wait.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to do that. We don't have to have your full observations yet. Commissioners, who wants to go next? Commissioner Tarkanian?
I'm baffled by this process right now. It's different from what we did last time.
Could you suggest maybe a different process?
Well, I mean, last time we picked who we wanted of the three, and then, you figured who had the votes and who didn't, and then we went with them. And, so let me just say what I have to say, and then you can decide how you want to progress, because I think it's difficult. First of all, only getting an application and reading through the application, trying to determine if that's the best person is very, very difficult if you don't know that individual either and haven't had any interactions with them. Then when they show up too, you can see them for 3 minutes and they give you a presentation, but it's still very difficult. But at least it gives you a little bit more when you hear. It's unfortunate Teresa wasn't here because I do remember her. She applied, I think, last year on a board, and I thought she was very good too. But I know 3 of the people that have applied and they have reached out to me that I know are really good. Doesn't mean anybody else isn't really good, and that's the problem I have with these type of appointments. So with my limited knowledge, I've had relationships, not relationships, but not say it that way. I've had interactions with Teresa DeGrafferty, Kimberly Esty, and Joseph Hooven, and they've all been very impressive to me, and I like all 3 of them. So when you say which of the 2 should be 4 years and 1 2 year, I don't know. Those are the 3 that I've had interactions with that have been good.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand. You're in favor of an appointment of, regardless of the term, whether it be 2 year or 4 year, your indication or your thought process is Teresa DeGraffery and Joe Hooven and Teresa Oliveira. Is that right or not?
Kimberly Esty. I mean, again, I would love to
Kimberly
have heard,
Esty.
I would love
Okay.
to have heard Teresa today, and it's unfortunate because she sat through a very boring morning.
Yeah.
That there wasn't a lot done. It's really not against. It shouldn't be held
Okay.
against her. I just don't know enough about her. I mean, I wish I did. And
If we can come to a consensus on 3, then we could go back and then determine which one gets the 2 year appointment and the other gets the 4 year appointment. It makes no difference to me. I'm not trying to railroad anything here through. I'm trying to address just how,
I gave my best answer I could
Yeah,
with the way
okay.
we're going through things.
Okay. So right now, Commissioner Hales has basically indicated a desire for Teresa Oliveira, and Commissioner Tarkanian has indicated an interest in Teresa DeGraffery, Kimberly Esty, and Joseph Hooven, right? Okay. Commissioner Noasad, you want to try to take a shot at this?
Yes, as to the 1-year appointment, is that the one to replace Ms. Tattert?
Yes, that would be
Tattersall.
that would be a 2 year appointment.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's almost like if we go for the 2 years first, the consolation prize gets the last one. That's the way I feel about it.
Okay, well, let's, do you have can you articulate any, or choose any names here that you are inclined to go with?
For the 2-year terms, I'm for Kimberly Esty, Teresa DeGraffenreid, and Robert Connor.
Okay, so you're in favor of Robert Connor, Teresa DeGraffery, and who else? Kimberly Esty, and the Esty would be the 2 year you're suggesting? And the others, the 4 years? Is that how you?
2 years for Mr. DeGraffenreid and 2 years for Ms. Esty.
Oh, well, we have 1 2 year term and 2 4 year terms.
I don't understand what you got here.
Okay,
2 for 4 years.
right. Which two would you prefer for the 4 year terms? Okay. Okay, and so that would be, okay, and that would leave Robert Connor with a 2 year. Okay, got it. Commissioner Rice.
The way you describe it on this spreadsheet,
Yeah,
you say 2 4-year terms and 1 for unexpired 12/31/24.
right. That's a 2-year term.
This is 23.
No, we're in 23, but we're at the beginning of 23, so it'd be all of 23 and all of 24. That's a 2-year
So
term.
it's two 4s and 1 2.
That's right.
I stand where I was before.
Good, okay. Commissioner Rice.
You know, I had all kinds of fun comments, but I'm just not going to go there. Let's keep it straight.
Okay.
I went through the list, I looked at the qualifications, and I had 2 that stood out, and then I had 2 that came in just underneath those 2. The 2 that stood out to me, number 1 was Kimberly Esty. I thought with her background and the fact that she helps run Great Basin Brewery, weighed heavily on my mind. And I'm
Okay.
sure they won't be giving out samples, but it shows a expertise in many fields. A very accomplished lady, and I think would fit well on the library board. The other was Teresa de Graffenried. And for the other 2, I was torn between Joe Hooven and Robert Connor. So on those 2, I'm still.
You're still.
I'm still wavering.
You're still at the lunch, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, by my count, I believe, and of course, Commissioner Hales hasn't followed in with the other 2, but I'll go ahead and do mine, and then we come back and pick you up, Ms. Hales, Commissioner Hales. Okay, so I concur with Kimberly Esty, and I concur with Teresa de Graffenried, and I'm torn on my 3rd selection as well. My indication there would be, if my count is right and my check marks are right, it would indicate to me that Kimberly Esty and Teresa de Graffenried at least have 4 votes each. Am I correct on that, Mr. Cates? And then we have Mr. Connor with a vote, we have Mr. Hooven with a vote, and we have Teresa Oliveira with a vote. What's your pleasure, gentlemen and ladies? Sorry. Would you like to fill in your other 2 slots, Ms. Hales?
I would.
And I interchange, by the way, I interchange between Ms. and Commissioner, but you are Commissioner, so I should say Commissioner Hales.
All good.
Okay.
I think Bob Connor is a strong applicant. Well, they're all strong applicants, but I would support Bob Connor as one of my 3 choices. I'll just note that before I come down to some sort of 3rd, I want to note that Don Morelli has some really exciting things with music that he has done, and to me that adds a piece that would really enhance and potentially bring a lot to the library. Elizabeth Colios has interest and special knowledge about homeschooling. I think that's an important group to bring. So I'll note those 2 things about them. So if I have to choose 3, I would choose Oliveira, and I would choose Connor, and I would probably choose Morelli because of the idea. I thought it was a very strong application, and he brings this aspect of potentially enhancing the library with some additional expertise with the music skills.
Thank you. I'm pleased that you drew that out of Don Morelli's resume. I was witnessing the same thing, and I had some thoughts in that regard, in that direction. It came down to, I think my third selection might have been more guided towards either Mr. Hooven or Mr. Morelli and trying to weigh the two of them. I thought maybe Mr. Morelli might have just brought just a little bit more to the board through his resume. Once again, I am disappointed that he didn't have was incapacitated or not able to join us today, but I would concur with Mr. Morelli as well. So, Mr. Rice, you still have one that you haven't chosen yet. Two, you took only two. So do you have a third choice?
Oy vey. I'm torn because of personal knowledge of three of the candidates that you're discussing. All qualified, all would bring something to the table. At this point, I'm ready to make a motion if we've gotten past public comment.
Yes, I believe we've taken public comment, so it's all up to us now to make a decision here.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that for the 2 4-year terms that we appoint Teresa DeGraffenreid and Kimberly Esty, and for the short term, Mr. Morelli.
Do I have a second?
I was just going to know, I'd prefer to do them one name at a time.
You'd prefer to do one name at a time, and I'm comfortable with that too. You good with that?
Sure.
Okay, so you want to start you want to start over?
I will start over, and I will do it alphabetically.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Teresa DeGraffenreid for one of the 2 4-year terms to be appointed to the Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to appoint Teresa DeGraffenreid to a 4-year term on the Library Board of Trustees for a term of January 2023 through December 31st, 2026. Any discussion on that?
I'm basing my vote on the guiding factors, and one of those is I'm concerned that she didn't understand there was a 5-year plan and hadn't read the 5-year plan, and that shows to me not a lot of current involvement with the library.
Okay, so noted. Okay, ready for a vote? All those in favor of appointing Teresa DeGraffenreid for a 4-year term signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay? Okay, so that vote is a 4-1 vote with Commissioner Hales dissenting. So that needs to be in the record. Congratulations, Mr. DeGraffenreid, and welcome to our library board. I hope you understand what you've gotten yourself into. Okay, I'll entertain a second motion.
I would like to move that we appoint Bob Connor to the library board.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hales and seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to appoint Bob Connor to a 4-year term?
A 4-year term.
4-year term. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those against? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote, Mr. Noah Sad. Oh, did you? Okay. So that's, I'll concur then, a 4-year term for Mr. Connor? Is that what the vote was? Okay. Okay. So Mr. Connor has been appointed to a 4-year term. We did have 4 votes on Kimberly Esty. Is there any feeling in that regard for the 2-year term?
Yeah, I'll move to appoint her to the 2-year term. I would have done the 4-year term, but if that's all we got left, then I'm going to appoint her to the 2-year term.
Okay, yeah, that apparently that's all we have left, right? So, okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice to appoint Kimberly Esty to a 2-year term, 2-year term, 2020, starting in January of 2023 and ending in December 31st, 2024, 2-year term. So any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. So we have, just to conclude that, we have Ms. Teresa DeGraffa Reed and Mr. Bob Connor that have been appointed to the 2 4-year terms on the Library Board of Trustees. And we have Ms. Kimberly Esty that has been appointed to the 2-year term to expire on December 31st, 2024, the 2-year term. So, and once again, members who applied for that, we certainly really do appreciate your applications, and hopefully you'll still remain and find yourselves involved with our library. We have from what I understand, we have a reconstituted Friends of the Library that is very active, and that's something I was certainly in favor of encouraging a couple of years ago, and I'm glad to see that Tim DeGelder has put that back in place. And so there's a position for everybody here to participate in the library, and I encourage you to do so. So, okay. We done with the library, I take it. As I indicated earlier, we're going to now move, since the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee is anticipated to take the longest, and we have 12 applicants there. We're going to move item 14 in advance of that, which is the Planning Commission. So for possible action, discussion on 3 appointments to the Planning Commission by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term of office from January 2023 through December 31st, 2026. Okay, Mr. Cates, did you have anything you wished to add to that? Okay. Okay, so we have 6 applicants here for 3 positions. All 3 positions have expired. The previous chair, the previous vice chair, and then Maureen Casey, Mark Nitterip, and I hope I'm getting that right. I probably butcher that every time I say it, right? As everybody else does in this county, right? So, and also Mr. Jim Slade. So we have 6 applicants for that. We'll have each applicant come before us and give us a familiarity for 3 minutes, and then and allow the board to ask questions, and we'll take it to public comment, and both here in chambers and online, and then we'll bring it back to the board for once again another decision on those 3 positions. Those 3 positions are 4-year positions, right? 4-year positions to begin January 23 and through December 31st. Their first board meeting was supposed to take place today, but since we had the weather last week, they've had to delay their meeting. So this is probably one of the most key components of our county that we really do need to get into place today, so they can proceed with their activities. So with that, I'm going to call them again in the order in which they're in the book. So if that's not a problem for anybody, so I'll call on Mr. Bruno, Paul Bruno. I believe he's here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maureen Casey, I believe she's here. We have Lori Lyle. Is Lori Lyle here? No. Mark Nitterip is here. And Jim Slade is here. Right, there he is. And J. Douglas Smith. Is J. Douglas Smith here? Do we have him online, Ms. Johnson? Okay. So we have 2 people that are absent, Lori Lyle and Douglas Smith. So Mr. Bruno, thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Paul Bruno. I am one of the candidates for Planning Commission, and I'd like to speak to you about 2 topics which are not present in my application. My application covers my specific acumen with respect to land use, planning, and master plan of communities, as well as my service as Planning Commissioner and chairman of a planning commission of a different jurisdiction. I'd like to talk to you about leadership qualities, communication qualities, service qualities that are not mentioned in my application as the first topic. And the second is why I have the feeling I do have about Douglas County. First, in 1970, 69, and 71, cast your minds back, there was a little activity called the Vietnam War going on. And at that time, I was an applicant to the University of California, Berkeley. Don't hold that against me, please. And when I made that application, they burned the ROTC building down. And secondly, in Santa Barbara, also the University of California, they burned the ROTC building down and the Bank of America. Those two things, in my mind, were appalling. So I joined the military, and that's not reflected in my application. I joined the military, I served in the military, was appointed through ROTC, and it was not a popular time to be in the military, trust me. But service, leadership, communication, particularly to the United States, was very important to me. I was honorably discharged as a captain, with apologies to the Navy folks, in the Army as a military policeman, and counterterrorism as well as combat police. The second thing I'd like to talk about is an experience I have, excuse me, in Douglas County. For 27 years, my in-laws have lived here in Genoa Lakes. And something happened. This story will take less than 40 seconds, but that really moved me. My father-in-law broke his hip. My mother-in-law has Parkinson's as well as Alzheimer's. Their whole house was full of snow. The caregivers could not get in. They got a call from the sheriff, and they had participated in the Sheriff's Foundation for 25 years of their 27 years. And they said, we're having these troubles, and he explained it all. The next day, the sheriff showed up and shoveled his driveway. Let him go. What other community can anybody say that about? Thank you so much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales?
Yes, I do have a question. It's a high priority to keep Douglas rural. What is your vision of how to do that without compromising property rights?
There are solutions, and I apologize because I'm going to cast back on my prior experience for this. One of the solutions was that Los Gatos taxed itself, created a fund, went to property owners, particularly one that owned a large orchard and another that was a novitiate that had a winery, and paid for easements, conservation easements, to keep the uses restricted. So the landowner got money, the public got the benefit of keeping certain rural areas, which, by the way, by this time, there was not much rural area, especially in San Jose, which went from the Valley of Heart's Delight to Silicon Valley, as you all know. So I was very proud of the way that they handled that. Development was then concentrated to certain areas, industrial, commercial, as well as residential. And that was reflected in the master plan and in the zoning overlay. And I participated in the creation of that master plan. To this day, you can go to Los Gatos, excuse me, and it still has the rural area visible, the hillsides with no development, and a historic downtown. So I'm very proud of that, even though I haven't been there in over 20 years.
Additional questions, Mr. Commissioner Hills? Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Nosat? Any questions? Commissioner Rice?
No questions. I'm glad to learn of his experience with a program that we've had in place in Douglas County for quite a while, retiring property rights so that the area will remain rural. And having been part of that, I would assume that you would be willing to continue working to keep Douglas County rural.
It's an exceptional opportunity. It's the reason why so many people want, part of the reason why so many people want to live here, in addition to what I told you my experience of my in-laws were. And a way to preserve that is precisely what you're doing, what we did. Thank you.
Thank you. Should you be, Mr. Bruno?
Sorry? I apologize.
That's okay. Should you be appointed, I would certainly encourage, Title 20 certainly needs, that's pretty much your guiding document, as well as the planning, the master plan, and also I'd encourage you to review, if you haven't done so yet, the growth management ordinance.
Yes.
That was put into place, so.
I did hear that, Commissioner Gardner, last meeting, and those are priorities, along with my review of the master plan action matrix, which but people have been asked to prioritize so that some of those tasks get done within this year.
Very
And
good.
Title
Thank you.
20 is very important.
Thank you. So I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
further?
Okay, so next we will go to Maureen Casey.
Chairman Gardner, Commissioners, good afternoon. I am Maureen Casey. I'm the current, well, you can sort of say I'm the current chair of the Planning Commission. And if my fellow commissioners feel I'm worthy and I did a good job, I will continue to be chair until January of 2024. I am also the current representative appointed by the governor with your support and endorsement for the State Land Use Advisory Council. And I will continue in that chair or that seat until December of 2024, I think, 2024. And I have heard rumors that they wish I had, or they had more representatives from the other counties that were quite as enthusiastic as I am. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job there in representing Douglas County. I have been quite active on the Planning Commission in endorsing projects and working with staff to expand the sewer system and expand the parking requirements in housing developments while reducing them in commercial developments. Because I think in Title 20, at one point, they were over-enthusiastic with parking requirements in commercial developments, but we don't need that anymore, and what that's doing is increasing the heat requirements in land use zones and the hardscape, and allowing a lot of runoff, which is not good for the floodplain. I love Douglas County. I've been here 10 years, and I am overly enthusiastic about Title 20 and what we have coming up before us this next year and the year after with the rewriting and working with staff to restart and rejump the TDR program. We're all really excited about the conservation effort to hopefully kickstart the quarter-cent sales tax and maybe get that back on the ballot and put our money where our mouths are again to really get the ag community involved and actually compensate our landowners. to do the rezoning again to get our ag community and Douglas County what we want. There it goes again. Questions?
You're used to that.
Yes. Questions?
Yes. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Hales?
Well, you kind of already answered it in part, but I'll ask it in case you want to elaborate. High priority is keeping Douglas rural. What is your vision of how to do that without compromising property rights?
There are a couple of things that I see happening that I'd like to change. One of them is with administrative hearings. I see some very savvy developers coming in, or land buyers. They're buying large tracts of property, undeveloped property, and going to administrative hearings and splitting down hundreds of acres into smaller parcels, selling them off into smaller parcels, into 5-acre tracts, and building small things that don't have to come to the Planning Commission. And that concerns me a lot because they're getting around the review that normally has to be seen. And that way they don't have to go through the same process that a normal subdivision goes through. I want to see that changed. And I don't know if that's something that the Community Development Department has to go through to change, or if that's a policy thing that the board has to review. But these are some of the things that if we could change those, we could get more into conservation by just scrutinizing the process. I think those are some of the things, and looking at perhaps when these 19-acre parcels come up in the floodplain, maybe talking with the assessor and giving a tax break if they put half that parcel into conservation. Maybe they only develop a quarter of it, and we give the other part, if it goes into conservation, a tax break. Then they can't build on it, but they still get their little mini estate in the front. You know, there are all sorts of creative ways that we can do this. But again, it needs exploration between the Planning Commission, Community Development, and the assessor to make these things happen.
No. Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Nosat, any questions? Ms. Casey?
Yes, Ms. Casey. You mentioned floodplain quite a lot here, just a few minutes. What is a floodplain? What is a floodplain?
The floodplain, Carson Valley is a floodplain.
Okay, then in 2007, when they had a snowmelt at New Year's Eve, the valley was flooded.
Yes.
Then 1997. It happened again in 2007. You're certainly not proposing to do any building on that floodplain, correct?
Yes.
But yet you concerned about the runoff going onto the floodplain. Why are you concerned about the runoff going to the floodplain?
What concerns me about the runoff is the floodplain in and of itself is a very efficient system. The more we pave it over, the more we interfere with the way the ditch system works, the more flooding we're going to have with the houses and the roads that are built. It's hard to explain. If you have a road that cuts across the floodplain, you're going to interfere with the way the ditch system works, which everything goes into the floodplain. So what concerns me is every little thing that cuts across the floodplain is going to interfere with the natural drainage. So what I would like to see, and I've been working with Jacques Echegoyen, and Mark and I have been talking about it a lot, is a way that we can plan to keep everything centered in the valley, not interfere with the ditch system, and allow for the natural drainage to continue happening so that the flooding can happen and the drainage into the aquifer can happen. The river can continue to drain to the north, which is what it does, which is so strange, continue to drain into the north to keep the valley intact. But we can't control what's happening north of us in Fallon and Fernley. We can only take care of what's happening here. I don't have the sophisticated knowledge that others have. I'm still learning as time's going on, and that's why I'm trying so hard to keep up with what's happening with the other counties. And I have to say that what the Subconservancy is doing and how Jacques has been schooling me, same with the, you appointed people today to the, I forget what they're called, there it goes. Yes, the ditch guys.
Yeah, the Water Conveyance
Yes.
Committee. Yeah.
They are so knowledgeable on how the ditch system works. They're constantly schooling me on how the development in our community is interfering with the floodplain and how we need to make certain that every little step we take is so important to know the knowledge. That's why in the ranchos, every little bit that we do there has consequences all the way up the road.
And you are absolutely correct. But I still get the inference that you advocate for building homes on the floodplain. Is that true or not?
We need to keep it on this side of the highway. We can't keep pushing it that way.
All right, and my final, you mentioned about paving over. We had that happen with the 2,500 homes out there near the sheriff's station. Not to aggrandize myself, but when I got here, the population was about 30,000. That was 20 years ago. We are now at 50,000. Think about that in that short amount of time. An old timer once said, I could take a howitzer and fire it down 395 and not hit a thing. But now we have strings of traffic during traffic hours, and it's almost bumper to bumper, despite the fact that we have three traffic lights between Gardnerville and Minden and the top of the hill at the Indian Hills. So it sounded to me like while you said that the developers are getting past a certain point without any opposition, and I think I might agree with that. The more we build, the less we're going to have water going down to the aquifer, and to say nothing of sanitation. So that's all I have, and I thank you for your indulgence and your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Nossat. Commissioner Rice, you had any questions? No. Okay. Commissioner, okay.
My last comment.
Ms. Casey, yes.
A lot of the issues that the commissioners have dealt with are policy decisions solely based with the board. The Planning Commission can only take what comes before us and deal with compliance with the master plan in Title 20. And we can't create answers to problems that don't comply with the master plan in Title 20. And I wish I could solve the problems of the world, and I wish I could solve your problems, but they're bigger than all of us. And thank you for your consideration. And I hope I've answered your questions.
So, Ms. Casey, anyways, I think you previously served as in a unexpired term for a while, right? Did you not?
That's this one.
Huh? Is that this term here? Okay. So, I am very impressed with the job you've done as a planning commissioner. And I know you've done extremely well as the chair of that commission for the last 2 years. I believe it's the last 2 years.
Just 1 year.
Just 1 year? Okay. Anyways, and so I certainly hope my fellow commissioners see their way to return you to the board, because I think you're an important member there. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
So, and I believe the next person would be Lori Lyle. However, she's not in attendance. So at this time, we'll go to Mark Nidenrip. Or something to that similar effect, right? I need my microphone on too. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. So I want to address you guys and let you know that basically I grew up in Carson Valley on a working ranch. I have a historical perspective of pretty much all the development that has occurred in Carson Valley, and in particular, how that development affects the farmers and the ranchers. Keeping our agricultural heritage alive and well is very important. If you look around and you talk to many of the residents in Douglas County, that's why they moved here. They like the wide open spaces. So I think that that's very, very important. I think that I can represent the agricultural community very well. As far as prior experience, I was here when the 2020 master plan was updated. What I'd like to do now is to serve one more term to make sure that Title 20 is updated to follow the master plan. I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have.
Okay. And Commissioner Hales, you don't have to start us off every time. I mean, I don't want to impose on you to do that. But if you wish to, you're welcome to
Sure.
also.
Same question. A high priority in Douglas is keeping Douglas rural, and you've already sort of mentioned that, but I'll ask, do you have anything to elaborate about your vision to keep us rural without compromising property rights?
It's on. Oh. Okay. So I am a big proponent of the Transfer of Development Right program. That is a program that takes development rights off of ranches, predominantly in the floodplain, and allows building to occur where it should occur, which is on the bench lands and outside of the floodplain. Now, that program was very effective when it was first implemented. It saved a little over 4,000 acres, but it's been dormant for 20 plus years. And I hate to say it, but a lot of the reason that it's been dormant is because the policymakers have decided to hand out a little bit of zoning here and there. And so why would you ever want to have to buy a TDR when you don't have to? If you're in the development business, making money is very important. So that's one thing I do. I am a retired CPA, and to raise taxes is something that I never thought I would ever say that should happen. But with Maureen and Jock Etchegoyen, we tried to get question 3 passed 2 years ago, which would have added a 1/4 cent sales tax to help fund Douglas County's ability to buy conservation easements if they needed to, basically to show that Douglas County cares, because a lot of grants and a lot of the federal money does not come to Douglas County anymore because basically the granting agencies are saying, well, what has Douglas County done for themselves? And unfortunately, we really haven't done much lately.
Anything additional, Commissioner House? Commissioner Tarquini, Commissioner Nosat, Commissioner Price?
No questions.
Okay, I have a quick question. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, because it's entirely possible that I'm wrong on this. As I understand it, TDRs, transfer development rights, are only required for building and receiving areas. Am I correct on that?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. So what are your thoughts about extending that program, the TDR program, to all development?
I think that
Douglas
that's
County?
something that I would very much like to see happen. If you want to put up a rooftop, then you should buy a TDR. You should save part of the open space.
Okay. So that would help address this rural urban aspect of the county.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were there, but I wasn't positive, and I'm glad we put that on the record. So anyways, thank you for your input. Thank you for your last 4 years of serving on the Planning Commission, and I appreciate that, and thank you for your reapplication.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Jim Slade. Mr. Slade.
Thank you. Jim Slade. I was appointed to the Planning Commission 8 months ago in April last year, and we've had a total of 4 meetings since then, all of which I attended. I've lived in northern Nevada for over 30 years, the first 7 in Carson City and the last 23 plus here in Douglas County, which I believe is important. I was involved in the Open Space Initiative in 2000 and 2020, the Sustainable Growth Initiative in 2002, and the Growth Management Ordinance in 2007, the latter 2 being approved by the voters of our county. I participated in the master plan updates of 2006, 11, and 20. There was extensive public outreach in creating our master plan. What they heard most often from the public was the desire to preserve our rural character, which I have always tried to support. To me, that means to maintain our quality of life that drew so many people here, our open space, outdoor recreation, small town atmosphere, light traffic, good infrastructure, and the quality and quantity of our water. On the Planning Commission at the moment, we have both a developer and a member of the construction trades. Most people would agree that 2 people from those related industries is quite enough. Yet of the 3 non-incumbent applicants today, we have one who's lived at the lake for 3 years and was a construction attorney, and one is who is a construction manager. We also have 2 applicants who moved here somewhat less than 10 years ago, both of whom worked for government in California, city government in California. There's nothing wrong with that, but we don't aspire to be a city, a California city, rather to remain a rural Nevada community. One of those is Maureen Casey, who I respect and think has done a good job on the Planning Commission. I urge her reappointment as well as that of Mark Nedenreep. As for me, I'm just a concerned citizen who tries to look after what I consider to be the public interest, though I think that's an important attribute. I always do my homework for the Planning Commission meetings. I'm thoroughly prepared and ask relevant questions. While I've been in the short end of some recent 6-1 votes, that should be viewed as a positive, not a negative. We need a difference of opinions on the Planning Commission. If you want a Planning Commission that's all on the same page with 7-0 votes in support of most requests, perhaps I'm not your guy. If, however, you want a diverse group with a Valley resident with substantial local experience and institutional knowledge who seeks to preserve our rural character, our quality of life, and our precious water supply, then I ask for your support. You have recently talked about the importance of continuity of leadership. I believe that the board should reappoint the 3 incumbents. Either way, I will continue to advocate for what I believe to be in the best interests of the residents of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Commissioners, questions of Mr. Slade? Commissioner Hales.
How will you keep Douglas rural without compromising property rights?
Right development in the right place at the right time. And as the master plan states, we should focus on infill. We shouldn't expand the town boundaries or the urban service area boundaries until more of that infill has been completed. The Minden-Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity states that they will not expand the town boundaries until 80% of the infill is complete. Yet in their support and the board's support for the Park Master Plan amendment 3 years ago, they had violated and ignored that requirement. And I think that was a mistake. There should be a high bar for master plan amendments. That is someone coming and asking for something special that they are not entitled to, that is not included in their property rights. And there should be a high bar for that. And they should be required to meet all required findings as a reasonable person would judge them. I do also agree on TDRs are a good idea and would like to see it expanded to all development, as Chairman Gardner and Mr. Neddenried mentioned. And I do support open space, of course. I was disappointed that that initiative failed 2 years ago. I thought that was unfortunate, that it was an expense, a small tax that was well worth the small amount of additional money. But at this point, I think perhaps we need in that regard to pursue some sort of privately funded land trust. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Nosat? Commissioner Rice?
No.
Thank you once again, Mr. Slade. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your participation on the Planning Commission this last 8 months. Thank you. And I believe the next person would be J. Douglas Smith, and I believe he's not here. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson? I think she indicated that was the case. So anyways, with that, that wraps up all 6 applicants. So at this time, we'll go to public comment. Public comment, once again, should be restricted to the plus or minus of any one of these 6 candidates and not spread beyond that. So is there any public comment here in chambers in support or against, I should say, not in favor of necessarily a appointment of an individuals? Sensing none, Ms. Gil Salinas, do we have anybody online who wishes to offer public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eunice Gil Salinas for the record. We do have someone raising their hand. Jason, do you have public comment? Jason, do you have public comment?
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board then. Thank you for, okay. So additional comments by the board. How do we want to take this individually? Do we want to take it as a group? How do you want to do this, folks? I am open to suggestions here.
I'd prefer individually.
Individually, okay. So you want to go down the list?
I like picking our top 3 and see who has votes. So that would be my.
Okay. Okay, so each commissioner should name their top 3, and then we'll see where we are from a consensus standpoint. Okay. Would you like to start, Mr. Tarkanian?
Sure. Okay. We've had 4 people speak here today, and I thought they all had very good points and very unique qualifications. I thought Mr. Bruno's presentation was really good. I've also known Mr. Bruno's work at the Tahoe Beach Club, and he's done some really good things there. I also think it's long past due to get someone from Lake Tahoe to represent the planning board. He's the only one of the group here that's from Lake Tahoe, and for them not to have representation, I think would be unfortunate. Could be misfortunate too. So I would have Paul Bruno. I think Mr. Slade has the most experience of anybody around. There's been some questions about Mr. Slade working with others, getting along with others, and your minority vote. For someone who is probably more confrontational than the rest of the board combined, I understand sometimes when you are more confrontational, sometimes it's passion, sometimes it's you stand up for what you believe in. I certainly think that's a positive. But you've been involved in all these different things. So I would support him. The big problem is the other two, which are both very, very good. And I would go with Mark Niedenrip only because, not anything again, I say only because, not anything against you, Maureen. I think you would be great on the commission and would support you there too. But Mark is a representative of agricultural and farmland, which I think it's important to have somebody on the commission that has that too. I think in having the experience, the Lake Tahoe representative and the agricultural representative out of those three would be a great combination.
Commissioner Hales, you want to take a shot, or Commissioner Nossad? Commissioner Hales?
Sure. I strongly support Maureen Casey because I've analyzed her application and her comments against the things that are important to me and the guiding factors that are set forth in policy. I very much appreciate her thoughtfulness. She goes above and beyond her work as a planning commissioner to represent us on the state land use committee, and I appreciate that she was able to answer my question strongly about what is she going to do to protect our rural land. I also support Mark Niedenrip. He's done an excellent job. He understands ag, and he supports conservation easements and TDRs, because I think those are the only permanent real way to be secure in our open space. I also support Paul Bruno. I appreciate that he's had experience in acquiring open space, and I think that that's our most pressing, concerning, urgent matter in our county. I have read through his application, of course, and there were several things on there that indicated to me that he would be able to collaborate and work well with others, and that is one of our guiding factors, which I want to bring up again. Number 5 is ability to work collaboratively with other members, staff, and officials. And then if you look at our strategic plan, it has language about leadership, and it says, we establish the tone and direction for success, motivating and inspiring others to accomplish a shared vision. It talks about teamwork. We work together to achieve shared goals. I believe if we don't vote in line with those priorities, then we are undermining our own values, and to me that is hugely important. For that reason, I won't support the other incumbent. And I could go into detail. I will later if needed, but I won't right now.
So Commissioner Rice, I'm going to let you have the next shot. Commissioner Rice? Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
I want to mix it up a little bit.
Well,
the same
I
person
thought we were
shouldn't
gonna
always
go
go
down
the
the
next
line.
time.
I mean-
No, I try to mix it up every once in a while. Try to keep you guys on your feet.
I've been mixed up enough, thank you.
Make sure you're awake.
Okay. I think Paul Bruno has a wealth of experience, especially in maintaining, and I'm not turned on, Thank you. I turned me on, you turned me off, didn't you? Yes, you did. I saw that.
As long as that wasn't your,
All
wi-
right.
as long as that was your wife.
Okay, I concur with the commissioner on the end, and I believe that Mr. Bruno would be a welcome addition to our commission. He has a wealth of experience in maintaining the rural nature of a community. And I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian that it's about time that we had somebody representing Lake Tahoe on this board. For that reason, I support Mr. Bruno. I think Maureen Casey has done a very good job of sitting on the board and being its chair. And I think Mr. Nathan Narup, I knew I was going to blow that one. Sorry about that. I think that he brings the rural community, the ranchers and the people that have lived here forever, a voice on the board, and that's why I support those three candidates.
Commissioner Noah said.
Well, guess what? Every one of the three commissioners have said exactly what I would say for the three that I care to vote for. Do I want to disclose that?
I would hope so.
Oh,
Can you?
so my choices are Mr. Bruno, Mr. Niedenrip, did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay, and Mr. Slade.
Okay. Okay. And then and I will concur with the feelings regarding Mr. Bruno. I would not enjoy having and I indicated that earlier. I think having Maureen Casey on that board is very important, and I would stay with Mr. Niddenrip on that as well. So to me, that gives me, so we have 3 4-year appointments on this. Is that right? 3 4-year appointments. So that, by my count, if I'm not mistaken, that's consensus on Mr. Bruno, a majority on Ms. Casey, and a consensus on Mr. Nidderrip. Is that, I sense that? So I will, if you want to vote on these individually, or do you want to vote on them as a group? However you guys wish to do this.
I would like to do it individually.
Okay?
I
So-
will make a motion to appoint Martin Enrip to the Planning Commission for a 4-year term.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint Mark Nitterip to a 4-year term to begin January 2023, ending in December 31st, 2026. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I'll make a motion to appoint Paul Bruno on the board.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to appoint Paul Bruno to the Planning Commission once again for the term January 2023 to December 31st, 2026. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And now I'll entertain a motion. It appears that Maureen Casey, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I move that the board approve Maureen Casey as the third person on the Planning Commission.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to appoint Maureen Casey for an additional term of office from on the Planning Commission from January 2023 to December 31st, 2026. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I have Commissioner Tarkanian. I'm not sure, did I hear your vote?
Time I jumped in too soon. Now you tell me to jump in early.
Okay.
So the question was yay or nay.
Yay or nay.
I wasn't a yay, so that's 3 to,
So that's 4? You're yay or not?
no, 3.
3. Okay, so Commissioner Hales voted yes Commissioner Rice voted yes, I voted yes, 3 yeses, and Commissioner Tarkanian voted no, and Commissioner Noasad voted no on Maureen Casey. Is that right? Okay, just want to make sure that's clear for the record. Right? Okay.
Can we have a
So-
little,
So-
before we leave this, I want to make a comment.
Yes, and once again, I congratulate those 3 individuals. Look forward to that. And once again, Mr. Slade, I appreciate that. I know that Mr. Slade will not avoid his continued participation in the planning process of our counties. So I hope you take the opportunity to strongly weigh in on the reorganization of Title 20 that I hope the Planning Commission is going to tackle this year, and remain a strong advocate of the growth management ordinance, which you pretty personally skilled. So once again, thank you very much for your participation in that. So, okay, so now you guys can go to work. I think you have a meeting scheduled for what, next Tuesday, the 24th? You didn't plan it yet? Huh? The 14th of February. Okay. I don't know why you're skipping January, but okay. That's a loss of a paycheck. So, okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Niederip, I do want to explore that TER program at your convenience. Okay, so, and Commissioner Hales, you had some comments.
I also wanted to appreciate the other 2 who were not here, Doug Smith and Laurie Lyle. They were strong applications, and there were various pieces of each of those that I very much appreciated. And I also want to appreciate Mr. Slade. There's no one like him in our community with the institutional history and the passion and the willingness to stick with this thing for so many years. And I was happy to hear in your comments that you will stay involved.
Okay. And one more comment. We're going to take a break after this for until the top of the hour. But I did want to. A couple of commissioners mentioned that we needed a planning commissioner from Lake Tahoe. We do have a current planning commissioner from Lake Tahoe. So I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that Mr. Kirk Walder on our planning commission is from Lake Tahoe already. So now we have 2. No problem with that. Mr. Bruno, I also understand that you were recently selected to serve on the Oliver Park GID. Is that a correct statement? Smart thing to do, because you can't serve on both. Okay, so you have to make a choice, and so we like having you on the planning commission. So thank you. Very good. Okay. With that being said, we're going to take a break to the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Right now, so that you can use the facilities, make your phone calls or whatever, and then we'll return and we will tackle the Airport Advisory Committee. Thank you.
What time is it? You got?
So you got 3 o'clock straight up.
Okay, so it appears that it's 3 o'clock, so we'll bring it back. All 5 commissioners are present, and as well as legal counsel and the county manager. So we will go into the last board to fill vacancies with today. I'll read this into the agenda, and then we will talk about it a little bit before we go to the candidates. For possible action, discussion on 3 appointments to the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee for a 2-year term from January 2023 through December 31st, 2024, in adherence with County Code 2.58. 1 representative is appointed from the community at large, and 2 appointments are from the business community. Mr. Cates, do you have anything to add to that? Okay. So we've had a number of folks who have withdrawn their applications, so we should probably go through that. And I want to clarify that with Ms. Johnson and with the commissioners. As I understand it, Robert Connor has withdrawn his application. However, if he had not withdrawn his application, he was just appointed about an hour and a half ago to the library board, if I'm not mistaken. That's the same Robert Connor. So he would have had to anyways, based on the board policies of only serving on 1 committee. In addition to that, I am also told by Ms. Johnson that we have received a withdrawal of the application for Ms. Amanda Gangwish. Is that correct also, Ms. Johnson? So we should cross that one off our list, folks. Amanda Gangwish. I'm disappointed in that one because I thought she was an extremely strong candidate. Also, I understand that Mr. Christopher K. Johnson, community at large, has withdrawn his application as well. He was the, if I'm not mistaken, he's the Chris Johnson that was previously in charge of the airport when Ms. Johnson was, or Bobby Thompson was out of state. So is that where we are? Those 3? Okay. So that means that we have 3 positions to fill, 1 for community at large by code and 2 for the business community. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 remaining candidates for those 3 positions. Is that right? With that, let's see who's in attendance today and go through that, and then have the board ask questions of those as they come forward, and then we can go to public comment and bring it back for
Mr.
a
Chair?
decision. This is going to be, yes.
There's
Commissioner?
only 2 business people, right?
Uh,
Why don't we dispose of those 2 first and then?
Okay, so we have, I did speak, I had a phone call also, Commissioner Tarkanian, from Mr. Clark, Brian Clark, who is the general manager of Ahern Rentals. He indicated that he would be interested in being considered for the business community also. So that would mean that if we accommodated that request, then we have 3 for the business community. So maybe we should tackle those 3 first and make the appointment of those 2 and then come back for the community at large. Would that be good?
Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Hales, are you good with that?
Getting towards the end of the day, I'm just thinking it through. Want to make sure I understand. Do we have to appoint 2 from the business community?
We do,
So,
by code.
And right now, we have James Lee, Peter Reese, and Brian Clark,
Yes,
who are from the business community.
right.
I guess I would want to ask, are there any others that, because I was a little unsure what qualified as being from the business community, and I was unsure whether the applicants had been asked, do you want to apply as a member of the business community or not?
Very good question, and it happens to be a question that I asked of Ms. Johnson no more than 10 minutes ago, right? Is please define what the definition is for an applicant from the business community. So Ms. Johnson, I'm going to ask you to read that into the record if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. So I'm going to read from the title, Chapter 2.58, which is Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee. And this is under 2.58.010, established membership. There is an established, the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee. The committee consists of 7 members. The board must choose 1 member qualified to fulfill the duties of the committee from each of the following groups: the airport commercial community, the airport soaring community, the airport power community. The board must choose 2 members from qualified to fulfill the duties of the committees from each of the following groups: the business community and the community at large. There is no definition in code, in this section of code, for what business community member is. However, after each application was received, I did reach out to each applicant via email and asked them which seat they were applying for, either the business community or the community at large.
With that information, I'm just assuming, I'm sorry, backing up just a minute, already on the committee, do we have commercial, soaring, and powered? I guess they're all a lot of would qualify as powered, but.
So they're staggered terms, and in December 16th, I think 2021, we appointed for those other seats.
Okay, good.
So these seats are the ones that expired December 31st, 2022.
So my preference would be to have the applicants speak to us, and that way they would have the opportunity if they felt they would rather, or if they want to be considered for both, because I suppose that would work too. But I'd like to have them, they may not have understood, what is the relevance of choosing community at large or business community, and they might want to address that.
Good with all of that. So we'll go right down the list, and they can identify themselves, give us a short synopsis, and identify which one they want to be considered for, and then we'll go to public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board and make a decision, okay? How's that? Okay? We just want to be totally transparent and fair here, okay? So anyways, so we'll start with Joel Beck. Is Joel Beck here? There he is. Okay.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Joel Beck. Good afternoon, Chairman and the rest of the members of the board. The reason I applied for this is I've got, as you can see from my application, extensive aviation background. Everything from wrenching on aircraft to flying the world's largest. And I've been a member of this community for 20 years. I am an owner of both certified and experimental aircraft, but I don't have them at the Minden Airport. I have them in Carson. So there would not be any conflict of interest in terms of me serving on the advisory committee and being an aircraft owner myself. And I'm bringing a Lake Tahoe perspective in terms of what I think might be best for the county and how that airport should be utilized to bring the greatest benefit to the entire community, business, as well as the people who are operating out of that airport, because I understand that there's some reasons why people may choose not to, as I have myself. So should I get selected or appointed to a position on there, I'd be happy to share with the board my rationale for choosing to put my aircraft in a different location. And if you folks seem to think that I'm qualified for one of those positions, I'd be happy to accept a role in either one of those two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Is there any questions from the board? Commissioner Turkanian?
I have to recuse myself, and I'm not sure how you do that with so many people. Mr. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Beck was an opponent of mine in the congressional race, and I don't think it's would be fair for me to vote on his application.
Okay, that's fine, and I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. As always, it still requires a minimum of 3 votes for anybody to be selected, so when it comes to that time and his name comes up, then you would just indicate that you're recusing yourself from that vote. Okay, you need some water here? We want to, oh, he's looking for a cup, okay. Okay, so anyways, Commissioner Hales, do you have any questions of Mr. Beck?
Yes. Can you tell us what your business capacity is?
What my business capacity is?
Yeah.
Well, I work for myself right now. I'm not a one-trick pony. I've got a lot of background in aviation, but right now my focus is on primarily technology and finance, and I'm combining the two of them together.
Okay. Commissioner Nosad, do you have any questions? And Mr. Rice, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
What is your vision for the Carson Valley Airport, the
Minden
Douglas
Airport?
County? Our airport. What's your that one?
Well,
there you go.
Well, it's interesting you ask me that question because there's been a lot of discussion about keeping the county rural. And I think that we could actually get a lot of benefit from this tremendous asset that we have here in the county and keep the county rural. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think that we can actually get a lot more bang for the buck from the real estate that we already have here within the county. And by doing things smart, again, I would be thrilled to advise the entire board as far as what my ideas are in benefiting not just the business community, the entire community at large, as well as those folks that operate out of that airport, because I understand there's plenty of concerns there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nosad, I see your light
Yes,
came on.
are you in favor of getting a tower on board?
Am I in favor of putting a tower on board? It depends on where the funding would come from. I don't think that there's actually a need right now. I actually, myself as a pilot, prefer untowered aircraft or airports.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I don't know enough about the airport to ask you a question, honestly, so I'll be honest about that. Okay, that's why we have people such as yourselves and other members of the community who want to proceed in that. I was asked earlier this year, and again, about a month and a half ago, was it, that we had the airport committee meeting out at the community center, and I was asked the question of whether or not this board should be disbanded, and I am not a proponent of that because I think we have a very big county asset there, and I think it needs oversight, and I look to the community and the individuals that are in this industry to provide that insight to us, because we can't possibly be experts on every issue. So that's why we have this board, and I want it to go forward. So anyways, I appreciate your application, and we'll listen to the others.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. Is Mr. Brown here? Good. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairperson, and County Manager. Thank you for being here. You're on the home stretch. I bet you can feel it already. It's a pleasure to be here, and a couple things I'd like to bring up. As per Commissioner Hale's question regarding the category in which people have applied, currently the person on the AAC that represents soaring is actually a helicopter pilot and not a soaring pilot. So I'm not saying that because there's anything wrong with that necessarily, But while I don't run a business currently in the county, I have run businesses all my life. It's what I did. It's my history. And so I'd like to be considered for both positions, one or the other. We are laboring under the luxury of having an incredible group of applicants. Of the 11 that are left, I don't remember in business ever having 11 applicants of this quality that qualify so well and would be a real improvement to what's going on right now. So your job is relatively easy. You can't make a mistake. But that said, there are some things that I think help me stand out a little bit above. One is that I have served on the AAC prior to now. I think it was about 8 years ago. During that time, I developed a lot of relationships out at the airport, from users, tenants, pilots, great relationships with airport management. Still to this day, I'm thought of highly, and as a matter of fact, I've told people that sometimes I have to shut my hangar door and leave and come back later in order to get anything done, because my door is a revolving door and people just keep coming in and out and I can't get anything done. At this time, the Airport Advisory Committee has a lot to do. This coming year, really the Airport Master Plan is ready for some revisions. I'd love to see the Airport Master Plan reflect what it is that the citizens of Douglas County have asked for repeatedly and haven't gotten in the master plan. One of which is keeping the airport rural. The second thing is we have the company ABS that has been running the airport now for just about 12 years. Their contract's coming due. There's a lot of research and a lot of homework to do. And that's what the AAC can help you all with. And the third thing is there's a list of about 40 user grievances that need to be addressed. And I believe I can help with all three of those things.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Brown?
Well, I'll let Commissioner Rice, he had the same question I was also going to ask every one of them, so I'll let you ask it.
That's it, put the onus on the old guy. No contest. Mr. Brown, what is your vision for the airport in the future?
Well, right now, as we speak, the airport is really good. It has experienced probably 10 years of prosperity and 10 years of happy people really serving the community as it should. The trouble is that right now it's deteriorating. And I've watched the airport over the 20 years that I've been here. I like to tell people I've been here 20 years, so 40 more and I'll be a local. I've watched the airport do this cyclical, this phugoid cycle, up and down, and I've seen it at its worst in 20 years, and I've seen it at its best. And we're not at its best right now. I think we were at its best about 5 years ago, and it has started to go down on the decline. So where I see the airport going is somewhere about where it was 5 years ago. And it's not going to be that hard to get it there, but it's going to take a fair amount of work on the part of the Airport Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosat, your standard
yes.
question.
Pardon?
Your standard question.
My standard question is not standard. I can't remember, but if I go back 5 years, were the P2s still here? The P2Vs, Neptunes?
That was maybe about 6 years ago, I think. Yeah.
Do you think it'd be a good idea to get them back here?
It depends on whether or not Douglas County residents think that would help with, in terms of fire stuff. If that's the case, then yes, definitely. They certainly didn't get in the way from my perspective.
from the fire perspective, there's not much left to put out.
This is true.
Boy, the bearer of good news there. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything? Commissioner Hales? Okay, I wanted to ask a question. By the way, I want to tell you that my phone has been ringing off the hook in support of you, so I need to take that into consideration. The charter or the mission of the Airport Advisory Committee is to meet quarterly, but you talk about a lot of things that need to be addressed. Do you feel like you can do that in a every quarter meeting, or do you think that maybe perhaps you need to be meeting in a more often process?
Well, so one of the questions I expect today, Commissioner Gardner, is that what would your first step be, being on the Airport Advisory Committee? And one of the first steps is as a Douglas County resident, and as a man who's worked all his life, I resent the fact that the meetings for the AAC are held during work hours on a sporadic basis. When I was on the AAC, the meetings were held, I think, if I recall correctly, and now it's been 8 years, were the first Tuesday of every month at 6 p.m. And you could ask me 4 months in advance where I was going to be the first Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m., and I could tell you. And it allowed people from the general public, Douglas County residents that work all day, we had much more participation. And that's really what this needs to cater to, is to Douglas County residents. We've got to be able, as an AAC, the AAC has to be able to, first of all, take issues that people have with the airport and have addressed with the airport manager and be able to escalate somewhere. And right now, the only place they can escalate to is you. And I'm guessing, just based on watching you today, you have more to deal with.
So yes, I concur with your feelings. It seems to me that if there was a set time, set place, and set date, and even if you had it, say, on a monthly basis, then if there was nothing to discuss, it's much easier to cancel than to try to pull everybody back together again sometime during that process where it wasn't. So as the rest of our boards do, and I prefer that set format for meetings. So that's what I'm going to encourage to the Airport Advisory Committee, is that they do go back to a format that says monthly and at a set time and a set place and a set date. Anyways, I appreciate your feelings in that regard, because I think you have much more to accomplish than can be accomplished on a quarterly basis.
With 4 meetings a year. And
Yeah.
certainly, and also, Commissioner, I see it once a month probably not being enough at first. And I see additional meetings being called at those once a month meetings until we can get things back on track and we don't have an Airport Advisory Committee that feels so superfluous that they're just unneeded. They definitely are needed, and I think after it gets back on track, I think each of you is going to really see the benefit of having an AAC that works well. I was speaking with Commissioner Hales not long ago and mentioned that I've been talking with the chairperson of the AAC down in San Diego. And this AAC is responsible for Montgomery Field and Gillespie. And these are towered fields. These are very, very busy airports for general aviation. And this is one of the things that we brought up was, how often do you get together? How often do you meet? She said it's not uncommon for them to get together twice a week when necessary. So, but they're also, it's really well run, and they do a great job, and they take a lot of work away from their governing body, which is really what it's all about.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it and your interest. Is Brian Clark here? Okay. Brian Clark is the general manager of Ahern Rentals and did reach out to me to indicate that he would be interested in serving either in the community at large or the business community on behalf of the business community as well. So I just wanted to let the commissioners know that. also. So anyways, then on our list, Robert Connor was next. He's withdrawn his application. We're going to Dennis Kuoko, I think is the last name. Is Mr. Kuoko here? Doesn't appear so. Ms. Johnson, is he online? No? Okay, so we'll skip that. Amanda Gangwish was next, and I believe she withdrew her application. So we won't consider that. Linda Mae Hivert applied for community at large. I know that she had a scheduling conflict last week. Did she indicate the same thing, or, okay, so she had a scheduling conflict this week as well. Okay, so we won't be able to hear from her. Chris Johnson withdrew his application, and I know I'm going to butcher this one. Uwe Klein-Hempel. Is he? Uwe. Am I pronouncing your last name correct? Klein-Hempel. Okay, so we'll listen to Mr. Klein-Hempel.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I won't hold it against anybody who butchers my name. It's not very common. It's pronounced Uwe. So thank you for giving me the time to speak here. I really appreciate that. I decided to put my application into this hat to apply for Airport Commission position because I am an active user at this airport for over 20 years. I've been commercial and private pilot for about 35 years. I have owned my own soaring business at an airport in Canada for numerous years in the 90s before moving to the US. I also served at the airport committee in Golden, British Columbia. And I have seen through the work at the airport committee there, the conflicts, resolving conflicts, securing fundings, making recommendations, and looking forward what's best for the community and the airport. And many people may seem to forget sometimes how important airports really are. Communities who have airports thrive a lot faster and more prosperous than communities who do not have an airport, which do not have an airport. So having said that, personally, I don't have a business at the moment. I am involved in the IT industry. I'm working for Cisco Systems remotely, so I'm a resident here in Douglas County, made Douglas County my primary residence since about 5 years. I love it here. I see the potential with this airport, and I like to not understate how important. I am a glider pilot by heart. I fly competitively every year, and I don't understand. I would like to stress how important the gliding is for this community. This is a world-class site for soaring. We've seen a rapid decline in soaring activities at this airport, nationwide, and at other airports. Glider pilots seem to be driven out sometimes of airports really easily because they're not as fancy as jets. However, they make a lot less noise. The flourishing airports who have good glider activity, they bring so much more revenue to town from accommodation, from rentals, from many activities that families do vacation and spend time here. Besides, the activity with gliders, even though in the decline we have seen in the last years, I mean, having 35 gliders launching in a single day in the 80s and 90s was a common thing at this airport. We're down to about 15 average, maybe less than that on some days. That is something I like to see continuing to invest in. And I think this is a great spot, not just for the location for this airport, but also it is a
very friendly community, and it's well known worldwide. And it's sad to see that we had two businesses, glider business, operating at this airport, and now we have one business, which gliding is not the primary source. There's a big demand here for that, and I'm planning to start a business and hopefully do this here at this airport, taking people from all over the world flying again and using my expertise, what I gained from flying in this area, to bring more business to this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Now, in Hawaiian, I spent some years in there. We pronounce the W as a V, uve. Is that how you pronounce
Yeah,
your name?
yeah,
Uve.
that's fine,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. You're not Hawaiian though. Okay, okay. So we'll bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioners' questions. No, no. Okay, Commissioner Rice.
Sir, I'm not even going to try it. What do you see, what is your vision for our airport in the future?
I would like to see that the airport is going to remain active, is going to be a revenue generator for the town, and also reflect the wish of the people. And during the last meeting where Mr. Gardner and Ms. Hales were at a meeting, it was very clear that the community does not want to see big, large jets coming into this airport. I would like to see this airport being used by the community and being a benefit to the community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nosad? No. Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Hales? Okay, I have no questions. So thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll go on to the next one.
Thank you for your time.
Is James Lee Jr. in attendance? Okay.
Hello, I'm Jim Lee from Genoa, and I'm sick. I'm doing everything I can to distance from other people, and it's basically a head cold that I caught on the airlines coming back in. So as bad as it was last week, I would much prefer to have waded through all the snow and be here last week when I was feeling well, rather than right now. But it's sure a beautiful day out there right now. That's why we live here. It's absolutely stunning. So on the drive here from Genoa, as usual, I turned on my aircraft radio and listened to, I could see some planes in the pattern, and it's pretty common what we do here. And so, there was a Cessna turning final to land, and there was an experimental aircraft on the downwind, and there was a light jet taking off and departing for who knows where. And that's kind of the beauty of this of the airport, is we have all these different dynamic groups of aviation, from skydivers and soaring pilots, airplane pilots, experimental, light jets, and it's pretty much operating the way that it should as far as the traffic that's coming in here. And I think all the traffic is getting together pretty well. We don't have issues. We don't have any major accidents. So from that perspective, things have to be going pretty well. But as you know, from the public outcry, I'll call it, of hearing about the potential demise of the ACC, really got people up in arms, and 32 pilots showed up at the AAC meeting last September, which was canceled due to the lack of a quorum. If I had been running the AAC at that point, I would have dismissed the other members according to the open meeting laws and sat down and said, okay, you guys are obviously all upset about something, so let's have it out. Go ahead and tell me why you're here, what's going on, so that we could take that into the next official meeting, is what I would have done. So, but what happened was everybody went away upset that they couldn't make any comments. That was followed up by the town hall meeting, which had, between 150, 200 people showed up. So obviously there's a lot of local residents and pilots who are concerned about where the airport may or may not go in the future. And so you have my applications and resume about my background. And so coming from being a past airport manager myself and operating out of a Class Delta International Airport, I see operations on both sides, from the smallest airports to the large airports, and I think I can help strike an appropriate balance between future growth and where pilots and public would like to see the airport go in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see Commissioner Hale's light on.
Yes, I have a
Commissioner?
question. I see in your application, I am a very active member of the Minden Soaring Club. I should know this, but does that mean you're a glider pilot?
We have a local organization, the Minden Soaring Club, and I'm on the board of directors of the Minden Soaring Club. And we are, the past 3 years in a row, the world champions on the worldwide contest scene. So you're looking at some other members of our club here. And the Europeans jokingly call us the Minden Wave Cowboys. And I guess with me wearing this, maybe that makes me the Lone Ranger or something like that. I don't know. But yes, we have a very active organization, and that kind of runs in conjunction with the Sports Aviation Foundation, which I'm also on the board of here at the airport.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Milliset, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I'll ask you the same question I've asked everybody, and that is, what do you see for the future of our airport? Where would you like to see it go?
I do not want to see it go in the direction as it's written in the airport master plan, which I'm just dumbfounded. I have no idea how that master plan came into existence, because it's my understanding that the people voted like twice in the past, in the 80s and the 90s, that they didn't want a bigger airport, they didn't want a control tower, and they said if a control tower comes up for a selection, that they said there has to be a vote by the people as to whether there is a control tower or not. So what happened was this engineering company, Armstrong, was hired and I believe paid somewhere on the order of $600,000 to develop an airport master plan that, as far as I can see, had no input from the locals. Basically what they did was they used their expertise in designing other airports and going by FAA regulations to completely revamp the Minden Airport, put in a longer runway that extends this way. They would buy 144 acres and extend the runway towards town, put in a control tower, completely demolish all of the taxiways that we're using now that work perfectly the way they are, and revamp all those taxiways. So the plan calls for I think something on the order of $100 million is what they're planning on in the master plan. So we were told at the town hall meeting that there's no plan to extend the runway. Well, that's the first I think any of us heard of it. And I think the commissioners and the manager should ask yourselves if you had heard that prior to the town hall meeting. If that's news to everybody here, then that's indicative of the main problem of the lack of good communication that's going on at the airport right now. So I would, and I'm sorry, in answer to your question, I would say leave the airport more along the lines of how it is today. Update the facilities. The facilities are rather run down. The pilot lounge is a joke, and things of that nature, rather than building new taxiways and extending runways and putting in control towers, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I don't have necessarily any questions. I have an observation in what you're saying. Believe it or not, I mean, I was very surprised when my emails started blowing up and social media started blowing up within this county about expansion of the airport and the bringing in of commercial flights and runways that would accommodate larger planes. Of course, that concerned me because I had never heard from the airport or from county staff in that regard. So it did shock me. And so I immediately called our airport manager, Bobby Thompson, and went and visited with her personally just to get it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, and found out that none of that was true, and that was in advance of that airport meeting that we had. So that was very important to have. But sometimes these rumors get started on social media these days, and it's like a wildfire in this community, and a community filled with nothing but cheatgrass because it spreads so rapidly. It's hard to stamp out. But anyways, I appreciate your knowledge of that master plan for the airport, and that's probably something that we're going to need to take a look at from the advisory board as well as this commission when it comes back. So, anyways, I appreciate your application and your chat with us today, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And I would remind you that the Lone Ranger wore a mask, not a face mask, and wore a white hat. So.
And I agree completely that there's a lot of work for the AAC to do, and I'm totally willing to spend a meeting a week, whatever it takes until we get the ball rolling. And I think it's also important that you pick people who are active participants at the airport that know what's going on and don't have to be explained by somebody else what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next one we have is Mr. Peter Ben Reese. Good to see you back in town.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Don't envy your choices today. I know these gentlemen. I completely endorse any of them and would even, step down if they really wanted to get up there and do the job. There's a lot to be done, and we're all going to be working together to make sure it gets done properly. My experience is pretty well written in there. I may have written too much. As far as business experience, I didn't go into it too much, but I had a company called Sun or Shade. I have 12 patents. I'm planning to start another business in the valley here. It's relating to bicycle manufacturing. I have a patent that I want to do and been working on it for a number of years. So I'm a serial business owner, entrepreneur type guy. I've been in aviation my whole life. I know these gentlemen. Jim Lee is like he's been around for a long time in hang gliding, and I used to really look up to him and read what he wrote, and it's really a pleasure to be here with him and some of these other people in this group. We have some really great people here, and this airport could be run really well with an AAC that's engaged. I took a little bit of time to study airport management. I just got back on a road trip, and I was in Louisville, Kentucky, and I came back all the way through Kentucky. I stopped at various airports. I have a good friend that was an airport manager of 2 airports, one in Virginia and one in Kentucky. And I studied the airport that they're at. And Kentucky's airports are run by volunteers, all of their county airports. The airport manager, they're all not paid. They go through this process, they get elected by the board, and they become board members also of the airport in itself. And their facilities are state of the art. And I did a report for my fellow friends here in Pilot and Aviators, and I sent it to them about this airport that I really liked. It's called KY8. KY stands for Kentucky, and 8 stands for the number of the airport. So the airport manager really shared with me everything, and all their facilities are new. They spent millions and millions of dollars, and it's just like what we have here. 90% was the FAA funding, 5% was county, 5% was state. And we can do the same thing. It's not a big secret. You know, whatever you've been told by the airport management, this company that's running the ABS hasn't been giving you the true story. It's not that hard. You hire an engineering firm, you tell them what you want to do, they look at it, they plan it, and the airport plan can be updated regularly. It doesn't have to wait 10 years or 2 years. It can be done on a regular basis as the need arises. So I hope to bring that if I get selected. But like I said, I would gladly step down for any one of these guys because I know they're really good candidates. I'm welcome to, I would like to get any questions you have. I'm running out of time here.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Questions, commissioners? Mr. Nosab? Okay, Commissioner Rice?
I'll go with the same question.
Same question.
I think it's only fair to ask the same question of everyone. What, sir, is your vision for the future of this airport?
Well, I'm an aviator by heart and my whole life, 40 years now. I have a good safety record flying different types of airplanes. I was at Carson City, considered being there as an airport tenant. I got involved a little bit with the airport authority. I went to some meetings, but I chose Carson Valley Minden Airport as my home. I like the environment, I like the culture here, I like the sailplanes, the gliders, the airplanes, the light jets. It's a really good airport. It has a great potential, and it's just not being run properly. So I would like to see it continue to serve a rural environment, which is what we have. That's why I moved here. I would like to see it continue to serve the business needs of people coming and going. Some business jets can really get to the size of small air carrier jets. It's really hard to tell the difference, and I think that's the confusing thing for the people here. But we need to be careful of the noise abatement issues and make sure that we fly the patterns we're supposed to, and these pilots are really good at that. We don't need a tower to keep us from busting the noise abatements and stuff. If a tower is needed, it will be evident in the number of operations the airport has. The FAA has criteria for that. So I'm not against a tower, but I don't think we need one right now. But I'd like to keep the airport the way it is and better. And I'd like it to be the best airport run in Nevada. Right now, that's Ely. Ely, Nevada is the best airport in Nevada? Really? Why isn't it us? I think we can make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I appreciate it. Mr. Nosab.
Yes. I believe that an airport that is run by the local community, especially with a community like ours, with the talent we have, is the absolute best solution. They should be familiar with the airport. And by the way, all the people on the board of that airport, they're all pilots. Now they don't restrict it to business people who aren't pilots. It just so happens that that type of environment attracts people who are already pilots. And I think pilots do make a good manager of an airport because they understand the process from soup to nuts. The rest of the stuff is reading a document and understanding it. That's what pilots do all the time. They learn about airplanes they have to fly. Jim is an instructor in very difficult airplanes to learn to fly. So you have to get a book, you read it. That's the same way with running an airport. Any one of these business people could run an airport very well. It's customer service. That's what it boils down to. Your inside customers, your outside customers. And I was a customer service representative for a data center. And if you understand how important data centers are in this day and world, they're very important, and you have to run 24 hours a day. So you have your inside customers, your outside customers. And that's how you run an airport the same way. Stay on top of it, safety first, no exceptions.
So then I can assume then that your vision for Minden Airport is KY8.
Well, I would plan to give a presentation to the community and run that through the AAC, just show you how they do it, and it's not a bad example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Reese, I get an opportunity too, by the way. Okay?
Sorry, Mark.
Anyways, I appreciate your presentation, and we've had an opportunity to visit at the airport from time to time. I've appreciated those visits and your knowledge of the airports and your passion for the airports. So anyways, that for those reasons, I really don't need to ask you any other questions because you've been very articulate at those times. As a matter of fact, I've had very little chance to get a word in wedge-wise, but so I appreciate your knowledge and what you bring, passion. So thank you very much for your presentation and for applying. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
And the next one is Charles Robbins. Is Charles Robbins here? Okay. Is he online, Ms. Johnson? Okay. So Charles Robbins is not. William Spires?
Gotten several comments that we never knew you were William. That's a military term.
So you prefer Bill Spires? Well, I usually address you as Mr. Spires, so thank you.
Delight to be in this community as many years as I have, and I think you see on the resume that I have military service, I've got service to my industry, I've got community service. I was Tahoe Douglas Chamber president in 85 and 86, and I chaired the Airport Commission, Airport Committee 12 years ago. Let me talk about what the airport means to me. So 42 years ago, I'm a marketing guy at Caesars, and we get a new spa manager in who's absolutely stellar. I went, whoa. We go out to dinner. I said, okay, let's go around and see the lake. And I took her flying. I married her, and she's been my co-pilot for 42 years. So I got a son who's 16. This is 20 years ago. We're having lunch at the airport. And John Brown with Flying Start comes out and says, when are you going to start him flying? And I went, well, he's been talking about that. He said, well, let's go now. So he goes flying. I said, okay, John, I'll write you a check. What's it take to get him flying? He gets his license, and I said, okay, I'll make a deal with you. I'll buy you an airplane, but you finish college in 4 years. Deal. So I had 2 airplanes in my hangar. He finishes college, gets hired with American Med Flight, flew the American Med Flight, then Cashman Equipment down in Las Vegas, and for 7 years has been the chief pilot here for one of our leading businessmen. Lives 3 blocks away. And last month, I took with my son, my 5-year-old grandson up for his first flight in my airplane. So that's what the airport means to me. And to answer your question before you ask it, Mr. Vice Chair, what I see for the future of the airport is in 10 more years, my grandson learning to fly right here. That's my vision. I'm very involved. I started the first HOA when Budge Brown passed, and he had several hangars here. And the kids didn't want to keep them for rentals, so I said, okay, let's try this. Long involved process with the commissioners, with the county manager at the time, with the district attorneys. We pulled it off. We did those 4. Since then, I've done 6 HOAs. I've got 12 hangars under construction right now, and have sold 86 hangars at our airport. This is the nicest group of pilots you will ever see in your life. They get along well with everybody. There's no cross words. If somebody misbehaves, you don't hear it on the radio saying, hey, why'd you do that? You'll see a conversation at the hangar or over at the tail dragger afterwards, having a reasonable conversation about how did that happen and how do we not have it happen again. So I love this airport. I'm not happy with where we are. I'm not happy with The master plan has in it an expansion for 10,000-foot runway. That's the first thing to come out of the new master plan when we go and renew it. And that would be my goal. And again, Wes, I want to see my grandkid learn to fly right here.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales? Commissioner Turkanian? Commissioner Nosad?
You already answered.
He already answered yours, and I have no questions. So thank you once again. I appreciate it. And hopefully, yes, your grandchild will learn to fly there at that airport. So thank you very much. Okay. And our last one is Patrick Walker. Is Patrick Walker here? Okay. At least we've had a very good representative in person on this board. So that's been pleasant today.
Vertically challenged. Good afternoon, commissioners. It's a really nice opportunity for me to be here to defend my application for being on the Airport Advisory Committee. Committee it is, and as I understand it, the purpose of the committee is to advise you all and to make your decisions on airport matters better. As far as I'm concerned, this Minden Tahoe Airport is probably one of the greatest airports I've ever seen in my life. I've been through a lot of them. For the altitude that we have, for the weather that we have, for the length of runway we have, we are one of the best airports I've ever seen. It's just I call it a crown jewel. And for that reason, this airport needs to be managed well, and it has to have a good plan to go forward. Right now, the master plan has been brought up three times here this afternoon. A master plan looks forward, and one of the things that the master plan did talk about was a longer runway. Now, the only reason that I have heard over and over is on the length of the runway is that it would be more accommodating to the Bore 8 bombers, be able to take a complete load of fire retardant out of here and do the work that we all seem to be plagued with every summer lately anyway. So the business of bringing big jets and all that in is nonsense. It isn't going to happen here. There's too many mitigating circumstances with respect to aviation. The current administration now at the airport has been brought up a number of times today as well. They're not doing a good job. This airport does not have a good reputation for the people that are transiting through here and the local users. I'm currently the Director of Operations at HUD Aviation out there, the fixed base operator, and I get to talk with the pilots and sometimes the people that they carry in and out of here on local flights and on transit flights, charter flights. And there's not a lot of good words about this airport. The airport is in disarray. If you go out and drive around, you'll see that the maintenance of the airport is sad. It really is. There's a lot to be done. Whew. That's that.
Did you have a couple more comments? I mean, I don't mind letting you go a few
I'm
seconds.
sorry?
If you had a few more comments, I don't mind that you go a little bit
okay. longer.
We've allowed some of the others to go a little bit longer. So I don't want to.
Well, I guess in a summation, my attitude here for being applying for this position is that after 56 years in the cockpit of many airplanes, military airplanes, airline and private here, and operating out of this airport, personally for something on the order of 15 years, I would like to have that opportunity to bring to you people the best information possible as an advisor. My ears work and my eyes work. My heart doesn't do so well anymore, but I can listen and I can bring the words to you that you need to hear to make your great decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the commissioners for questions. Commissioners, no said, Commissioner.
You already answered mine.
You already answered yours, so, okay. Thank you. I don't have any questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. Yeah, sure. But we need the microphone on. Go ahead. Now it is.
I just want to say that one of my concerns, which I'm sorry I left out at the point, is on one end of this airport is a flourishing town, Minden and Gardnerville, and on the other end is some of the biggest developments in the valley with the residential areas out there. And this airport and the Airport Advisory Committee and you gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, need to hear a lot of information that's going on. And to me, the airport needs to be working with the Planning Commission desperately on this, because airports all over the United States are being closed because of the development of residential areas around them. And this airport is ripe for that. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time then, we've heard from all the applicants that are present or online. And so at this time, we'll go to public comment on this. I did want to acknowledge the presence of obviously somebody who has a real interest in this, and a current member of our Airport Advisory Committee. So I want to thank him for his continued interest in that and participation in that. That's Mr. A.J. Ersick. So thank you for attending and listening to your possible new board members, right? So anyways, at this time, we will go to public comment. So once again, you have 3 minutes. Our vice chair will start the clock after you state your name.
Dave Benjamin, for the record.
Very good.
I'm an active glider and powered pilot at Minden Airport, and you're really fortunate to have a great group of candidates. And any of them that showed up here today, I think, would be good additions to the Airport Advisory Committee. It's an important position, and I want you to select carefully. I mean, we've gone through in the last few months 3 embarrassments at the airport. The first embarrassment was the fire inspection, which was overly restrictive, ended up with the airport sending all the hangar attendants that had a couch, for example, in their hangar, a letter saying, oh, never mind. The second was the proposed taxiway configuration, which would literally wipe out 55% of the operations at the airport. That is the glider operations. I mean, it's not compatible with glider operations. Jim Lee's put together a great video demonstrating that. And the final embarrassment was the Airport Advisory Committee the chairman of it thinking there's no more issues at the airport. I recommend that you pick active pilots that you think are solutions-oriented. I've picked 3 of those that I think are the best candidates, but there are other candidates that are equally well qualified. I sent you each a memo listing my recommended candidates. Choose wisely, and aren't you happy it's the end of the day?
Thank you. Additional public comment?
You think you're going to get away with this without a comment, did you?
All right, well, I hope you remember we're on a 3-minute clock.
Okay. Madam, gentlemen, I trust you'll survive today. When I was appointed to the AAC, I was told by the members and the chairwoman at that time that the AAC meetings don't worry about them, they only last 7 to 12 minutes. I assume that there are 2 reasons for this. 1, there are no issues and everybody's happy. Or 2, There was complete apathy, feeling that there's no need to voice any concerns. After learning the history of the AAC and with my personal experience on the committee, I feel the reason for the community non-participation was due to the AAC being made ineffective by actions and non-actions by the contractor and the AAC chairpersons and committee members. A kind of a coordinated effort to undermine and redirect the mission of the AAC. Restructuring considerations. With the restructuring of the committee, I look forward to restoring and expanding the initial purpose and direction of the AAC to include A, benefits to the airport by establishing a more positive and constructive environment for the existing tenants. B, creating an airport culture that is attractive, that invites pilots and aviation enthusiasts, tourists, and visitors to return to our airport, thereby establishing and supporting a beneficial link to county government and specifically the community. As a senior member of the AEC, when the committee is reestablished, I intend to move for a more efficient and effective meeting schedule of monthly meetings. With the necessary work that's currently identified, 4 or 6 times a year will not be sufficient. Moreover, routine monthly scheduled meetings will allow the community to anticipate attendance. Additionally, I intend to move for reestablishing the meetings to be conducted in this chamber as initially designed. Being centrally located and spacious, this will allow for a greater number of attendees from the community. Notwithstanding, I'll suggest that the meetings be held at a time of day more appropriate to provide an opportunity for increased community participation. Personal notes on your selection. 1, you'll find many applicants have thousands of hours of flight time and experience in a significant number of aircraft. There is no doubt that these individuals are very familiar with the runway. However, in addition to this type of experience, we need a balanced approach of combination of piloting, proven interest in airport preservation, and being a team member. 3, being a member of various aviation social organizations does not substitute for substantial contribution to aviation airports. An additional element is the desire to improve the culture of our airport. To be specific, we need to develop a welcoming culture to both our tenants and our visitors. And finally, and this is more difficult to determine, beware of those who have a personal agenda, for example, AAC membership as a stepping stone for political gain. Thank you, good fortune, and may the force be with you. Oh, by the way, I looked at the county schedule for meetings. The upcoming AAC meeting has not even been on there. Not even the one that canceled. Even the one coming up new is not on there. How do we get representation? We can't even get on the schedule. Who's responsible for that?
Thank you, Mr. Ersick. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on agenda item 13 regarding the applicants?
I do. Thank you, Jason Gibson, for the record. I want to acknowledge the applicants for this particular issue, this particular committee. Great deal of experience and insight that goes into keeping our airport running and open to the public. It's going to be a quintessential facet of economy and survival in the days to come. I'd like the record to show that we're running 2 separate platforms today, both a Chromebook platform and a Windows-based platform. We're willing to give the board the benefit of the doubt. We've experienced 3 tech glitches and 5 restrictions on the freedom of speech today. Just put that on the record so that we can get to our maladministrative services and fees forthcoming. If y'all can't fix it, we'll fix it for you. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. So I'm going to sense, based on our other appointments, that I think maybe we should go down the line and try to see what the feelings are of the different board members. But then when it comes to an actual vote, that we take each vote individually. Is that your inclination, Commissioner Hales? Okay. Any objections to that? Okay. So who wants to take a stab at this first? Commissioner Noasad. Okay, we'll let you take a stab first. What's your feelings?
Well, I'm convinced that all of these people are sharp as a tack.
Yep.
And they like what they do, but there are others who seem to like it better than others. And my choices for business would be Mr. Lee and Mr. Reese, and for the community at large, Mr. Walker. Yep, and Walker for the community at large.
Commissioner Hales.
I've gotten some phone calls about this, and I appreciate the input. And I also went to the town hall meeting, and that was actually really helpful. So I want to share just for a minute about what I'm looking for. Besides the guiding factors that are included in our policy, I feel that there's some legitimate concerns that are not being addressed about the day-to-day running of the airport. And I think it's important that the AAC address those. But I also think it's important that the AAC work with the management that's in place. Currently ABS, I think is the name of it. And if they don't remain, then whoever succeeds them. So I'm looking for airport committee members who are neither hostile to airport management or overly aligned with airport management. And that's been one of the things I've been looking for. I feel that it's important that we have a glider representative on the commission on the committee or council, whatever, end of a long day. On the airport board, I have listened to the information about glider participation decreasing, and I think we are such a great place for that, and that I would like to have that addressed. And for that reason, I think it's important to have additional glider representation.
So, Ms. Hales, may I interrupt you for just a minute? We do have one appointment by code. We have one appointment to the soaring community, which is the gliders, and that office is already filled. It's not on this particular agenda. So I hope I didn't interrupt where you were going with that. So
it's just, even though these are at community at large, I appreciate that. I still was listening for that because I think maybe that's another consideration in addition to that. I appreciate that, though. So with all of that as background, I will say that Al Brown is by far the #1 choice because I watched him run the town hall meeting, and he was able to strike the perfect balance between listening to the complaints but still not being just hostile to current airport management. He's widely respected, and I've had some phone calls and public support of Al Brown. So to me, he's clearly top choice. And then I am compelled to choose Jim Lee. Do you go by Jim? As my second choice for a number of reasons. I like that he has a lot of experience, glider, but wide experience. And I get the sense that, in fact, I will say in your resume, you say, or your application, you say, I am an active church member who tries to love my neighbor even if it is necessary to love him from afar. And you also say, I try to have an open, friendly disposition even when confronted by people who I don't like or disagree with. That means to me that you are able to work collaboratively, and I think that is really important here, and it's one of our guiding factors, and it's especially important in this current situation with the airport. I like, also from your application, I would like to be a voice in favor of making our airport friendly and customer-oriented, which it currently is not. So to me, he is a strong number 2. Then the number 3 is harder to choose, and I want to say that, obviously, I want to go have lunch with every one of you because you're amazing and wonderful people, and I just am impressed. But I will say that being an amazing pilot or amazingly experienced may not be exactly what I'm looking for to be on the council right now. So all my respect to all of you, but for my third choice, I would probably support Joel Beck because I appreciate the Tahoe angle. I also appreciate the thoughtfulness in that your aircraft are not currently at Minden, but you have insight. You have things to add here. So you're a strong contender. Also, I really like Brian Clark, and I wish he were here because his resume and his application are very, very strong. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
So this was by far the hardest decision for me, and I came in here thinking I was going to vote for certain people, then somebody would speak and I'd change my mind, and other people would speak and I'd change my mind. I really like Brian Clark. I know his family. I'm sure he'd do a great job, and I came in here going to vote for him. But I thought Peter Reese gave the best presentation of anybody today, and all Peter did was talk about how great James Lee was. So heck, I guess you got to go vote for James Lee, and that's who I'm going to vote for along with Peter Reese. So those are my 2 business people. And I know Bill Spears. I've seen him heard presentations from him about the work he does at the airport, his background, everything he's done. I think he'd be tremendous on the board, so my community at large would be Bill Spears.
If I'm not mistaken, I heard Brian Clark.
No.
Oh.
I came in going to vote for Brian Clark. Unfortunately, he wasn't here, and I just thought Peter Reese gave a great presentation.
Okay, so go ahead.
And he swayed me to vote for James Lee also.
Okay, so Ben Reese and James Lee and Spires. Okay. Bill Spires. No, that.
I voted for it. I just called him by the wrong name.
Okay. Commissioner Rice, you want to take a shot here?
Okay. Prior to this, my knowledge of the airport had to do with the menu at the Tail Dragger. And I don't apologize for that. My brother was a pilot, and he walked into a propeller, and I still have a brother, but wow, that was an ordeal. Always turn the magneto off before you run the prop through. Anyway, I know you all know that. I reached out to friends of mine and acquaintances who do go to the airport, other than at the Tail Dragger, and I have received phone calls and I've received some emails, and I came away after looking at the list with 4 names. And one of those names was Amanda Gagwish, who removed herself. But the other 2, the other 3 that I was very, very impressed with are number 1, Al Brown, and number 2, Brian Clark, and number 3, James Lee. And so I will stick with him and see what happens.
So I guess now I can get into this. I would make an observation right now that Mr. Lee has 4 votes already, So I will concur with the other 4 commissioners and suggest that we go with James Lee for the business community. I too was very impressed and got a lot of comments in favor of Al Brown. He comes very highly recommended and previously served on this board, so I would concur with Commissioner Hales and Rice in regards to Al Brown for the community at large, which leaves 1 vote for the business community. And I too really liked Brian Clark. I've looked at his business experience and I've looked at his resume. It's extremely impressive. The problem with that is that still only puts 2 commissioners there on Commissioner Rice and myself, so that's not enough to get there. So, what's that? Was he on your list also? Okay, well, I had you with Mr. Lee, with Mr. Brown, and Mr. Beck. Did I miss that? Clark or Clark. Okay, so which one would you prefer? Can you?
Well, to get to consensus, I'd go with Clark.
Okay, so that puts us with Mr. Lee with 5 votes, a consensus of 3 votes with Mr. Brown, and a consensus of 3 votes with Mr. Clark. That's the way I pencil this out. Our county manager with us on that?
Yeah, I have the same numbers. If you could just indicate which one would be the community at large. I think they all indicated that they are both business community and community at large.
Yeah, Brian Clark did indicate that he, like I said, he's the general manager of Ahern Reynolds. So, and very impressive resume. So that would be business community, Mr. James Lee, business community, and Mr. Brown with community at large. Does that lead us there, I think? So could I have entertain a motion? You want to do this one at a time? Okay.
All right, I move approval of James Lee Jr. as the business community representative, Brian Clark as a business community representative, and Al Brown as the community at large.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to appoint James Lee Jr. as one of the 4-year terms for business community, Mr. Alfred A. Brown for community at large, and Mr. Brian Clark for the business community as well. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I believe we have unanimous consent, right? 5 votes, aye. And with that, gentlemen, I think we've wrapped up our day. Okay. Yes, I understand that, Mr. Tarkadian. I understand that. Yes, I was kind of trying to overlook that last item that says closing public comment, but anyways, NRS requires that particular closing public comment. Right, Mr. Hames? Yes, it does. Okay. So anyways, we'll go into closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are not. Yeah, let's start that over again, okay? Yes. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Is there any public comment here in chambers? So, Mr. Hales, you don't want to ask your wife what's for dinner? Oh, okay. That seems more appropriate, yes. Where are you taking me, right? Okay. Sensing no public comment here in chambers, Ms. Johnson, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have closing public comments?
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, commissioners. Just wanted to update some information here. We just discovered on the Douglas County website that there are not 14 committees, but 22 committees. Likely over 80 people that serve on these committees. We counted 31 appointments today, a third of which were not present for comment. You know, whether you are Chairman Gardner made a good point. The meeting was rescheduled, but regardless, if you can't take 10 minutes out of your time to participate in the one meeting of the year that secures or that guarantees your place on the bedrock of our municipal government, then you don't belong there. And if you're not showing up for the meetings and you're using it as a front because you're a public servant, then just do everybody a favor and give the hat to somebody else. Okay? With regard to the debt commission, there's at least 6 people on that debt commission, including the DA. Not a single discussion behind the actual facts that pertain to the new JLEC investment. Not a single discussion about the debt that's in that was produced in the yearly audit report. Not a single report from any of these committees, although the board's norms and procedures require such. So the record will show that, again, the board routinely deviates from its own norms and procedures and policies, has plowed forward again in assigning committee appointments without adhering to its own procedures and policies, and is essentially on the fast track to a whole lot of embarrassment. I'm going to shift gears real quick and close with this observation. There are now 21 to 25 large storage containers at Walmart. There's likely another 20 coming in. We're probably going to see 40 to 60 of these heavy freight containers that are being used, likely in the advent of an emergency, a FEMA camp type of intervention. And it was brought to our attention by our neighbors that there are now 450 Walmarts that have been converted into emergency management facilities. And to remind the board that the only function that government has and that you all have, that we all have, is our protection and safety. Protection in our persons, places, and effects. If we're not doing that, then everything else that we're doing is a farce. Okay? We got to start getting down to the brass tacks about what's really happening, gentlemen. We're here to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to remind the community that we do have a
recording in progress.
We do have a regular Board of Commissioners meeting this coming Thursday, starting at 10 a.m. here in these chambers. That'll be, and we'll be back on schedule then. I think the weather's going to be okay in that regard. I think we're looking for a break here. And gosh, I had something else that escaped me. Oh, no, I once again to the community, I thank everybody for their applications on these boards. It's a critical element to our community to have the expertise on all these boards, and we really appreciate the individual community members stepping up and filling those roles. That's very important to us. Some of them are compensated, most of them are not. And so we do appreciate those who will fill those voluntary roles in a volunteer purpose. Even those that are compensated, it's so minimal that it's inconsequential, honestly. So anyways, as I'm sure you saw, and certainly this last committee, we could have chosen anyone and not made a mistake, and I think you all agree with that. So anyways, congratulations to the ones that were selected, and we certainly encourage the involvement of those who are not in a continuing basis in those roles. So with that, I hereby adjourn the meeting.